India, it's a very, very special day. In just a few minutes from now, the Indian Prime Minister will be landing in the beautiful city of Bengaluru, the home of our space heroes and Isro. These are live pictures early this morning, right outside the Bengaluru airport, where Prime Minister Modi will be landing directly from Greece. He's taking his aircraft directly from Greece, where he's just finished an official visit after the BRICS summit and has decided to land directly in Bengaluru because his priority is to meet the heroes of Isro. We'll be taking you straight down to where all the celebrations and the grand swagat for the Prime Minister is going to happen. His plane is going to land in just the next few minutes. I'm Shiv Arur. Over the next 2 hours, we bring you uninterrupted live coverage of Namaste Isro, the Prime Minister's felicitation and honouring ceremony for those who put a lander on the moon. Thanks for being with India Today's coverage. Let's get you straight to the headlines. Prime Minister Modi says Namaste Isro. Modi to land in Bengaluru very shortly. He will be felicitating Team Chandrayaan, the men and women of Isro, for a whole hour between 7 and 8 a.m. Rolls-Royce limousine smashes into an oil tanker on the Delhi-Mumbai expressway. Tanker driver and his assistant killed. Tobacco tycoon Vivek Malu under the scanner, but businessman's lawyer says he cannot drive. UP teacher gives lesson in hate and bigotry, asks student to hit a Muslim classmate. Chorus grows to sack the teacher for hate. Congress says seeds of hate have been sown by the BJP. Another Aam Aadmi Party versus governor letter war escalates in Punjab. The governor there threatens president's rule, says answer letters or face president's rule. Indian shuttler HS Pranoy beats world #1 Victor Axelsen in the quarterfinal of the World Badminton Championships. Pranoy assures India of a medal.
Good shot.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to land in Bengaluru any moment now. His aircraft is not far from Bengaluru and will be landing any minute now. He is, as you know, all set to meet the heroes of Isro and Team Chandrayaan in Bengaluru. These are live pictures from right outside the Bengaluru HAL airport, where the Prime Minister will be landing in his official aircraft directly from Greece. The Prime Minister was in Greece yesterday after his BRICS summit in South Africa. He flies directly to Bengaluru so that the first thing he does on returning to India is meeting with Team Chandrayaan and the Isro heroes. Remember, we've got a confirmation that the Prime Minister's aircraft has just touched down in Bengaluru. So he will be coming out in a few minutes from now to this grand welcome right outside the airport in Bengaluru. The HAL airport is where the Prime Minister has landed. That's the VIP terminal where the Prime Minister has landed. He'll be out. A large gathering of BJP and other folks in Bengaluru, all up really, really early, which is totally normal in Karnataka, mind you, to welcome the Prime Minister to Bengaluru for an honouring and felicitation ceremony for the heroes. Remember, the Prime Minister was in South Africa at the BRICS summit when the Vikram lander successfully touched down on the lunar surface. He had connected with the Isro heroes via a video conference call. He also spoke on the phone with Isro Chief Somnath. But now the Prime Minister is giving his personal touch. Listening to some voices coming in. Let's listen to some of that sound.
Directly coming from foreign country. He is going to meet the scientists, so we are here to welcome him. We are looking for more forward spacecraft like this. Yes, we are staying here in Nelamangla.
As a Nepalian, do you think that Indian scientists are being
Yes, it is good. Like like this develop works will be there more. That's why we are here to encourage.
Fazal, lots of enthusiastic youngsters outside the HAL airport waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. Lots of BJP members who've organized a swagat for the Prime Minister as well. The Prime Minister's aircraft has just landed. We'll have images of that landing in just a moment from now. Sara Fazal is there early this morning outside the HAL airport where the Prime Minister has just landed. Celebratory atmosphere, Sara, as we can see in these images. People with the tricolour, we can see the drums, the celebrations taking place there. What's happening?
Absolutely, Shiv. Let me tell you that the spirits are really high here. People are celebrating. There's a lot of pomp, there's a lot of show. People are eagerly awaiting the Prime Minister to land here. They're eagerly waiting for him to address the gathering. And as we know that he is all set to go visit the Isro Center in Pune, where he's going to be meeting the team behind the successful landing of the Chandrayaan-3 moon mission. So people are quite excited. They have been waving the Indian flag. They have been chanting slogans, and I can say that the spirit is only getting higher and higher.
I can hear all the slogans behind you, Sara, and I'm sure you can barely hear me. But obviously it's Modi Day there in Bengaluru, and certainly at the Isro headquarters. I just wanted to know, once the Prime Minister comes out, he's going to go directly to Isro, I assume.
Shiv, so it's reported that the Prime Minister might, address the gathering, might address the public here at the HAL base before he heads out. So we are yet to see that. Once he lands here, only then are we going to get an update about that. So once he is here, if he's going to address the gathering, that's just going to be all the more better before he heads towards the Isro Center at Pune.
Sara, get us some voices, if it's possible for you, where you're standing, from some of those people behind you. We'd like to hear about what they think, if you're able to do that.
Right. Absolutely. You want me to tell you what they're saying behind me?
If it's possible for you, Sara, to speak to some of those people as well and get some of the mood and reactions.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. So I am going to be heading towards the people standing here, and let's talk to them and ask them, Sir, Modi aa rahe hain, aap logon ko kya bolna hai, kya batana hai, hame bataiye sir.
मोदी आए ना बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साइंटिस्ट है ना मेरा इंडिया का बहुत धन्यवाद.
So the public here is trying to tell us that they are very happy that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming here himself to meet the Isro team, to go and congratulate them personally. They are very proud about this achievement that's taken place under his tenure. Sir, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? मोदी जी हमारे शहर आ रहे हैं.
आए ना मेरे को बहुत धन्यवाद दो. मेरा साइंटिस्ट है ना साइंटिस्ट का मेरा बहुत धन्यवाद दो. उधर टीवी माध्यम का बहुत धन्यवाद. जय भारत माता.
So they're quite happy over here, and they want to tell us that they are very happy regarding the Chandrayaan-3 mission, and the fact that the Prime Minister is coming to Bengaluru to go meet our scientists and to congratulate them is a big deal for our nation, and we should indeed be celebrating this achievement and this victory for us.
Sara, if you could just turn your camera and show us all around you. I want to see what it's like, just to see how many people are out there.
Absolutely.
You've got an amazing frame, and I just want to see that.
Absolutely.
Huge number of people there.
Absolutely. So this is the crowd. It goes all the way up to the other side. You have people.
Yeah. We can
As
see,
I'm
Sara.
panning my camera and I'm speaking to you, this is the mood. And all these people over here have been chanting, slogans, cheering the Prime Minister, cheering the Chandrayaan-3 mission. And they seem quite excited for him to come and deliver a speech, and we are hoping that he does so.
And, and just to tell all of our viewers, Sarah, keep showing us those images. I'm going to go across to Sagai Raj also. Sarah's camera stays on because she's got these amazing pictures. She's right in the middle of all that action. Sagai is also with me. Sagai, the Prime Minister has landed. Obviously, there will be VIP protocol before the Prime Minister comes out. And then there's going to be that 1 hour felicitation ceremony at Isro. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going to happen? He's going to be at the Isro headquarters. He'll be inside and he'll be addressing them. Will that be on camera as well, Sagai?
ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ
Absolutely, it will be also on the camera, but it will be allowed only for the agencies and discussion. We are at HL Airport and you can see that large number of supporters have gathered here at HL Airport. Remember that it is not evening 4 o'clock or afternoon 2 o'clock. They came as early as 4:30 a.m. in the morning. Every single route in Bengaluru was headed towards HL Airport, and you can see the kind of emotions that these people have. You can see one of the placards here which shows that the dark side of the moon has been lit up by India. That is the kind of emotions every single person have here who have gathered here to get a glimpse of their favorite leader, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. How excited you are? What made you to come as early as 5 o'clock in the morning to the airport?
4:30 a.m. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. and by the time we reached here it was 5. And really very excited to hear Modi's speech and how he encourages everyone. So a proud moment for all our Indians, and I'm waiting forward to see what he speaks and how he congratulates the scientists. With his efforts, I think Chandrayaan-3 is more successful, although Chandrayaan-2 was not that successful. I think his encouragement is the only thing which made the scientists make sure that it is successful this year.
Shiv, not only them, I also saw kids from age between 12 and 14 who are also excited holding placards. Probably they are not here near the barricade, but they are on the other side, because from kids to senior citizens, everybody is gathered here to welcome their favorite leader and to get a glimpse of them. Even if they don't get much time to see them, or if he doesn't even address, that's more than enough. But if they get a glimpse of him, that is more than enough for all these people. Remember, they came as early as 4:30 in the morning here at HL Airport, and you can see everybody is holding tricolor flag. Prime Minister Narendra Modi probably addressed the gathering here. They have set up a stage, and after that he'll be heading towards Isro on Chandrayaan-3, where he'll be meeting the Isro chairman and the team of Chandrayaan, and probably he might felicitate them as well as address the team of Chandrayaan at Isro.
And and Sagai, the ceremony itself, the interaction between the Prime Minister and the Isro scientists and team Chandrayaan is going to be only for 1 hour. I just want to read out the Prime Minister's tweet before I come back to you, Sagai. The Prime Minister, who's just landed a few minutes ago, has tweeted, and I want to read out what the Prime Minister has said. He said, "Landed in Bengaluru, looking forward to interacting with our exceptional Isro scientists who've made India proud with the success of Chandrayaan-3. Their dedication and passion are truly the driving forces behind our nation's achievements in the space sector." That's the Prime Minister's first tweet immediately after landing in Bengaluru, directly from Greece. Sagai, the felicitation ceremony by the Prime Minister for Team Chandrayaan and Isro will only be for about 1 hour. Obviously, keeping in mind that the scientists themselves are extremely busy with the Chandrayaan mission, and that's why it's not going to be a long affair, only about 1 hour.
Absolutely, they have only 14 days left from the day of landing, and probably they will every single minute of that particular
I hear you because of the drums. I think it'll be better if you just show us the drums. Once they stop, you can give us your answer.
What is it?
Okay, lots of noise and nagara there right outside the HL airport. I think Saga is unable to hear me. But let's stay with those pictures, because that's the big cultural swagatam for the Indian Prime Minister. He's about to get out of his aircraft and will be making his way out. There will be VIP protocol as well. Sagai, if you can hear me, is the Chief Minister at the HAL airport as well? Sagai, is Siddaramaiah ji also at the airport, the Chief Minister?
No, as of now, we couldn't see anything here because people are full jam-packed in front of us, and even the media closure is quite away from that particular place. As a part of protocol, Chief Minister Narendra Modi Chief Minister Chandrayaan should be at the airport, but we don't have any information as of now because we are quite away from the protocol area. There is a media closure because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's arrival. There are a lot of security which has been deployed, and we are quite far from that particular place, Shiv.
It's a VIP protocol, so it's only to be expected that the Chief Minister will also be there. Remember, Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, had felicitated Isro yesterday and the day before as well. This Swagatam for the Prime Minister is going to continue until he comes out. The Prime Minister will likely wave to his supporters as he rolls towards Isro. He is being received by a government team as well as an Isro team who will be escorting him to the Isro headquarters in the Bengaluru locality of Pina. That's where the Isro headquarters and center are, and that's where the Prime Minister will be addressing Isro. Those are live pictures of the Prime Minister there at the HAL airport where he has just arrived. As you can see, he's waving to the crowds of supporters. Okay, those are 5 pictures from the Prime Minister in Greece, I beg your pardon, before he departed for India. Let's leave those images out of the way. Let's go full screen with the pictures from Bengaluru right now. Those are pictures from Greece. We don't want to see them right now. Let's go full frame with what we're seeing in Bengaluru. The Prime Minister is going to be out in just a few minutes from now. I'll go to our reporters in a moment. Sara Fazal and Sagai Raj are both with us live. Sara, the Prime Minister going to be out any moment now?
Absolutely. Just a couple of little more minutes before we can expect the Prime Minister to come here. But we are waiting to see whether he's going to be addressed the gathering. The stage seems to be set, Shiv. The stage seems to be all set right behind me over here as I speak to you. So that's where he's expected to address the gathering. We're going to wait and we're going to actually see whether he's going to be coming and speaking to us. We'll get to know about that just in a couple of minutes more.
It's more, he's going to be out. And what kind of, are the roads closed? Is there going to be a traffic problem? We all know how Bangalore is as far as traffic is concerned, Sara. Has that entire area around the HAL airport been closed?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Shiv. So there are a lot of traffic restrictions that have been put around several areas surrounding in and around HAL airport. These restrictions were put into place about 24 hours before the Prime Minister was headed to the city, and they have ensured that till 9:30 they have requested the public in the city of Bengaluru to stay off these areas and take alternative routes in case of travel.
Probably a good idea, therefore, Sara, and I'm sure you agree that this entire event is happening early in the morning, so that, by the time the Prime Minister leaves from Bengaluru at about 8:35 a.m., people are just about starting their Saturday, and hopefully there won't be any inconvenience. I'm probably thinking that may have been one of the reasons why it's happening so early in the morning. But you and I are live, and so our viewers won't be missing anything, that's for sure. We're going to continue to get them these amazing images. We're not going to be taking any breaks right now before the felicitation ceremony, because the Prime Minister is about to emerge from inside the airport. We can see many BJP leaders, including Bangalore MP Tejasvi Surya, who's there. I imagine that a large number of senior BJP leaders from the Karnataka BJP MPs, MLAs are also there to receive the Prime Minister. I'm sure Baswaraj Bommai is also there somewhere in that crowd or in the VIP area. Once the Prime Minister arrives, he's probably inside the airport at this point of time. So all that protocol, of course, is going to happen. But the real heroes of the day, Sagai, bringing you back in now. The real heroes of the day today are the men and women of Isro. They're the ones who are going to be waiting for this. The Prime Minister has always had a personal touch as far as Isro is concerned. He's made it a point to be there in 2019 during Chandrayaan-3. He, took time out from the BRICS summit to be with the Isro scientists during the landing in Chandrayaan-3. And that's why today's meeting with those scientists, it sends out a very strong message to Isro and the scientific community that the Prime Minister is fully behind them, Sagai.
Absolutely. Even in the 2019, when it was a failure, he said that you need not worry, you can be successful next time. He has encouraged them, and he has also consoled K. Sivan, the video which went viral. And even now, he coming to Bengaluru all the way directly from Greece clearly shows the kind of support that he is extending towards Isro and the scientists. And remember, on the day when the lander landed on the surface of the moon, immediately after addressing the country, he called Chairman Somnath and spoke to him, and he has also congratulated the entire family of Isro. For him, the entire Isro is a family, and he says that they will make them proud. And we have also seen that how proud he was when he was trying to explain to the leaders of other country about the achievement of India and how it has been landed in the south polar region of moon. And you can see from morning walkers to college students, everybody gathered here, and they are excited to get the glimpse.
Speak to some of those young women. Let's get some of their voices. They look so excited.
Why are you here?
To support Narendra Modi on the behalf of Chandrayaan-3 successful. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Came to here to see the Prime Minister?
Yeah. I didn't see him. I'm seeing him for the first time. So, yeah.
What made you to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and come here?
Narendra Modi, sir. Modi, sir.
Yeah? Modi, sir. You want to see him?
Yeah.
You want to see him?
Yeah,
You want to see him or you want to hear him?
I want to see him.
And how excited you are?
Very excited.
Why?
So, and a success meetup of Chandrayaan-3.
Why you come here?
To meet Narendra Modi, garu. Yeah.
Want to greet him if you get a chance?
Yeah. I want to meet him. He did many things to our country. So he's the pride of our country. So it's a great honor to meet him. Very nice.
Are you happy that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Bengaluru and going to greet and felicitate the scientists who ever contributed for Chandrayaan-3?
Yeah, I'm very happy that Narendra Modi is visiting Bangalore and behalf of the success of Chandrayaan-3. So we are very happy for that.
Have you witnessed Chandrayaan-3 when it got landed and how you were excited when Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the gathering?
Actually, I'm so excited.
You're excited now or when Chandrayaan landed?
Chandrayaan landed.
Now?
Now also.
Now also you're excited?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to hear out what Prime Minister speaks?
Yeah.
Are you pumped up? You want to become a scientist tomorrow?
No,
What exactly you
I
want to
don't
do?
have that idea.
What do you want to do?
Actually, I'm studying business management.
Okay. How excited you are?
Yeah, very excited.
For what?
For Modi coming.
So you all planned together that you're going to visit here yesterday only?
Yeah.
At what time you guys woke up?
3:44.
3:44?
Yeah.
How far you guys leave?
I don't actually want to leave early. Actually, we want to leave early because we have semester exam at 9:30.
Okay, this is the voice of the youngsters here in Bengaluru. They are quite excited to get the glimpse of their favorite leader and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They have woke up as early as 3:35, 4 o'clock to reach HL Airport. Thankfully, there was no traffic early in the morning. The traffic was diverted. The roads were cordoned for all security reasons. And you can see now the huge number of people who are gathered here with national flags to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who had visited South Africa and Greece, coming directly to Bengaluru. How excited you are, man? How early you came here?
Excited. Sir, 4 o'clock we come here.
4 o'clock?
Yes.
You wake up for 4 o'clock every day or only for today?
Only for today.
Only to get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Yes,
How
sir.
happy you are that he is going to felicitate all the scientists of Isro?
We are very proud and we are very happy here.
Okay. Where are you from? Which college you?
New Horizon College of Engineering.
You guys all came together.
Yeah, we have come from the college.
Excited you are.
Very excited.
Why?
Because we are meeting Modi.
You're waiting. You want to hear him out, or you want to get a glimpse of him?
Obviously glimpse of him.
Glimpse of him. That is more than enough.
We are here to see the ISRO people as well. The success of ISRO.
Okay. How many of them have come from your college?
All of the hostel people are here.
All the hostel students are here at Shiv from one of the colleges here in Bengaluru, who were all prepared to visit HL last night, and they woke up around 3:34 o'clock, and they are here at HL. The emotions are quite high. They want to get a glimpse of their favorite leader, Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Very, very interesting. I mean, waking up early on a Saturday is a difficult thing to ask of people. But if people are waking up this early for our ISRO heroes and the Prime Minister arriving there in Bengaluru, it says a lot about most certainly the people of Bengaluru. Okay, live pictures here. The Prime Minister has just emerged from his aircraft. He's just come down from those stairs. He's being welcomed by officials there at the airport. The Prime Minister meeting with officials at the HAL airport before he proceeds directly to the ISRO headquarters. The large crowd of fans and locals who've gathered outside the airport, and some of them perhaps also inside the airport. Will the Prime Minister stop and meet them before he proceeds to ISRO? We're not really sure. The Prime Minister's the Prime Minister's protocol tends to be quite secretive for obvious reasons, but also the Prime Minister is an individual who enjoys that personal touch. He enjoys engaging with his admirers, and as you've just heard, there are many outside the airport right now waiting not just to see ISRO heroes, who are by far the heroes of today, but also to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister himself. So these are images of the Prime Minister stepping down from his Boeing Air India 1, and he will be headed straight to the ISRO headquarters. We're going to get more live pictures. This is just one short clip of the Prime Minister emerging from his aircraft. Let's also show our viewers what's happening outside the airport. The Prime Minister has just completed these formalities. He will be going through the rest of the protocol before he emerges from the airport and then make his way to the ISRO headquarters. Like I said, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. is the scheduled time for the felicitation ceremony at the ISRO headquarters in Peenya, which is a locality in Bengaluru. The Prime Minister has decided to keep his interaction as brief as possible. For obvious reasons, the ISRO scientists are not free at all. They're busy people. The men and women of the Chandrayaan team are extremely busy with their experiment on the moon, having landed the Vikram. They have a very short time window of just a fortnight, 14 days, of which 2 are already over, in which to complete all their stated objectives and experiments with the Vikram and the Pragyan rover, and therefore the team has very little time for anything else right now. That's also one of the reasons why you haven't seen any interviews of the mission director, the project director of Chandrayaan, because they are completely steeped in this experiment. India Today, of course, will be the first to interview them once the Chandrayaan-3 mission is completed at the end of 14 days. Dr. Somnath, the ISRO chief, has been extremely gracious in his interactions with the press so far. He undoubtedly a hero of the day. He will be honored personally by the Prime Minister along with his colleagues in the ISRO. So many men, so many women in ISRO, which has been a completely different story all unto its own. It has surprised many, but for those of us who've tracked ISRO for many years, not a surprise at all. The fact that so many women are part of every rung of ISRO has never been a surprise, because India's women scientists have been an incredible leading edge part of the Chandrayaan mission all through the many years. The Prime Minister will be honoring all ISRO officials, ISRO members today, from the leadership to the Chandrayaan team, to the engineers, to the mechanics, to suppliers, to all people associated with Team Chandrayaan. They will be on the Prime Minister's honor list who knows what the government plans? Will the government be planning a bigger celebration? Will the Prime Minister be planning, awards and decorations for Dr. Somnath and his team? It's quite likely. We don't know what those are yet. We don't want to jump the gun on that. But clearly, this is something that the Prime Minister takes a great deal of pride in. And therefore, it's very possible that Dr. Somnath and the other senior leaders of Isro at this point of time are going to be in line for specific government felicitations and government awards or decorations of the kind that are awarded during the Padma Awards and other investiture ceremonies at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. You can be sure that something of that kind will be happening in the future. I want to go back to our reporters for just a moment. Sarah, Fazal and Sagai are still with us. Yes, Sarah, are you hearing that the Prime Minister is going to like he usually does, he stops and he interacts with crowds whenever he sees them, whether abroad or in India? Is he going to do that once he comes out of the airport, or is his car going to make its way straight to Isro because of shortage of time?
I've lost you there.
Okay, Sarah, no worries. We'll come back to you. I completely understand. There's a lot of noise where you are, so it's difficult. I'll come right back to you, Sarah. Sagai, the Prime Minister loves that personal touch. He'll probably wave to the crowds outside the Bengaluru airport. But are you hearing that he might stop and interact with the crowds, or is he going to head straight to Isro because there's not much time? It's already 6:31. 7 a.m. is that function.
See, what we get to hear from the BJP supporters are that Prime Minister Narendra Modi might speak or address the people here at HL Airport. You can see that the stage has been set, the mic has been put, and it is only for Prime Minister Narendra Modi if he wishes to address the gathering. But people here in Bengaluru are gathered in large number to get a glimpse of him, and probably the BJP supporters will persuade Prime Minister Narendra Modi and request him to address a gathering. And as I told you, they came as early as 3 a.m. in the morning to HL Airport, and probably after that he might reach quickly to Isro and meet the team of Chandrayaan, and accordingly he will follow the program which has been scheduled, and he might felicitate the team of Chandrayaan as well as address the team members of Chandrayaan in Isro. And this is scheduled as of now. This is the itinerary as of now, and the supporters of BJP as well as the leaders of BJP are trying to request Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address the gathering here at HL Airport.
Because we saw Tejasvi Surya and some of the others. I'm sure Basavaraj Bommai and others are also gathered over there. Tejasvi, Sagai, I beg your pardon, we're getting breaking news that both Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar are not at the airport. They're not there, as per protocol for the Prime Minister's arrival in Bengaluru. The Congress has apparently said that the Karnataka Chief Minister was not invited. But I'm a little confused, Sagai. Does the Karnataka Chief Minister need to be invited as the Chief Minister? Isn't he part of the VIP protocol?
See, as a part of protocol, whenever the Prime Minister or President visit the state, the Chief Minister have to visit them and receive them at the airport, and it is a part of protocol. So far, we have not got any kind of information why the Chief Minister has skipped for this particular program. As of now, we get to learn that a representative, that is Home Minister of Karnataka, Parmeshwar, is here at the airport to receive the Prime Minister.
Okay, they're not there to receive the Prime Minister, which strikes me as a little odd, given that this is an event that is that should be bipartisan, even though we've seen quite a bit of politics and a credit war that has broken out over ISRO's amazing achievements. And let's be clear, these achievements are by ISRO's scientists, ISRO's men and women, and nobody else. Governments over the years have all, sought to try and paint themselves in a larger-than-life character as far as these achievements are concerned. But leaving that all aside right now, is there any place for politics and the usual BJP Congress hostilities that we see play out on a daily basis in something as simple as VIP protocol? The Chief Minister of a state is usually always there to receive the Prime Minister. The Deputy Chief Minister also not there. Is this thanks to the Congress BJP animosity, or is it something else? No clarity on that, but doesn't leave a very good taste in the mouth. Let's hope there's an explanation for it, and we'll get you some clarity on that in just a moment from now. Because remember, the Prime Minister and Siddaramaiah actually share a fairly good personal equation. Otherwise, it would be a pity if it was politics that has resulted in protocol being disrupted for this kind of thing. Sara Fazal continues to be with me. Sara, I hope you can hear me. The Prime Minister should be out any moment now. Crowd definitely in anticipation now. They want to get that one glimpse before he disappears towards Isro.
Yes, Shiv. So the Prime Minister is expected to be here at any time to address the gathering, but we're just a little concerned about the timing because he has to head to the Isro Center. So we're not sure how long, how short, or is a speech even going to be given. But we are waiting here and with anticipated breaths to see if he's going to address the gathering, what is he going to tell us, what is he going to talk to the public about, and the public is still waiting here to catch one glimpse of the Prime Minister before he heads out to the Isro Center at Pune.
Okay, he's going to be out very, very shortly. I'm guessing that the Prime Minister must be meeting senior leaders inside the airport before he emerges. He's probably being briefed as well by senior officials of the either of the state government or of the Karnataka BJP before he makes his way to Isro. There will be members of Isro also at the airport. I'm guessing inside the HL airport right now as part of the committee that's welcoming the Prime Minister. There appears to be a very small bit of a delay before the Prime Minister will come out. We'll come back to you, Sara, in just a moment. The Prime Minister is inside. Just to clarify to all our viewers so you know where things are at. The Prime Minister is inside Bengaluru's HAL airport. He is meeting with officials inside. He's being briefed on the day ahead before he makes his way. It's going to be a very brief stop in Bengaluru. The Prime Minister is there. He'll be heading to Isro very shortly. 1 hour with the Isro heroes between 7 and 8 a.m. By 8:30, he makes his way back to the HAL airport, and at 8:35, he takes off and heads straight back to the national capital, where I'm bringing you this early morning broadcast from, and then he carries on with the rest of his day. So very, very brief whistle stop really in the city of Bengaluru, which the Prime Minister has visited many times this year thanks to the Karnataka elections as well. He's very familiar with the people of Karnataka, the people of Bengaluru, and the Prime Minister is returning to Bengaluru for the first time since the elections, and not very unfamiliar sights. The big crowds, beg your pardon, that we're seeing outside the HL airport for the Prime Minister is something again that he's used to. Whenever he returns from a foreign trip, there usually is a gathering of fans and admirers and BJP supporters as well, who are there to welcome him. We're getting some reactions, political reactions from Bengaluru. Let's just listen in.
ಅವ್ರೇನು ಕಾಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ತರ ಬಂದ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಓದಾ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ವಿದೇಶದಿಂದ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ವಿಶ್ವ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಫ್ರೆಶ್ ಅಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಮೊದಲ ಭೇಟಿ ಅವರದು ಇಸ್ರೋ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಿಗೆ. ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಯಾವುದು, ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಯಾವುದು, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ದೇಶವನ್ನ ವಿಶ್ವಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತ ಮೋದಿಯವರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಜನತೆಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸುದ್ದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಜನ ಇವತ್ತು ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ, ಮೋದಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅನೇಕ ದೇಶಗಳು ಮೋದಿಯನ್ನ ವಿಶ್ವ ನಾಯಕ ಆಗಿ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರುಗಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ 10 ಅಡಿ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಂತೋಷ ಇದೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ನೀವು ರೋಡ್ ಶೋನ ಅನ್ಗಳಿ, ಜನ ಬಂದಿದಾರನ ಅನ್ಗಳಿ, ನೀವೇನ ಬಿರುದು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಿ, ಜನ ಹುಚ್ಚದ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ರೋಡ್ ಶೋನ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನಾನ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಮೋದಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೋ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಇಸ್ರೋ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಸಾಧನೆಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಪಡೋದು.
ಮೊದಲು ಇಸ್ರೋ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವಂತದಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ, ನಮ್ ಮೋದಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ನಾಯಕ, ನಮ್ ಪ್ರಧಾನಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಮುಚ್ಚುಮರೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ ನಾಯಕ ನೋಡಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. 2013ರಲ್ಲಿ ಚಂದ್ರಯಾನ 2 ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದವರು ಯಾರು? ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವರು.
Ashok, he's a BJP MLA from the Padmanabhanagar Assembly constituency in Karnataka. A senior leader. He's also been a deputy chief minister and a senior minister in the Baswaraj Bommai government. R. Ashoka there talking about the Prime Minister arriving to felicitate the heroes of Isro. He says that the heroes today are the scientists, the men and women of Isro, and the Prime Minister is only there to shine a national spotlight on those who deserve the country's attention. He says the Prime Minister is himself a people's hero, beloved of the masses, and therefore the crowds who are there to see the Prime Minister are also there to be part of this entire ceremony of felicitation of India's true space heroes. So R. Ashoka there speaking to the press. We'll get some more reactions from the politicians on the ground. Tejasvi Surya and others continue to be there as we wait on the Prime Minister emerging from the HAL airport. We're trying to get some clarity on what the hold-up is, because by now the Prime Minister should perhaps have been out. But as you know, that protocol takes time. The Prime Minister is likely being briefed, like I said, by senior officials, not just about what's happening in Bengaluru, but what's happening over the rest of his day. Okay, the Prime Minister's cavalcade has just emerged from the VIP gate. Let's just listen into its live. Minister's cavalcade will be on your screen in just a moment. Excitement levels among that crowd at fever pitch are always a familiar sight whenever the Prime Minister is arriving from anywhere. The Prime Minister has his own huge fan following, something he counts on very, very closely. And let's see if the Prime Minister stops and waves. It's likely that he'll wave from his vehicle because time is short. But you never know with the Prime Minister. He oftentimes gets out of his vehicle to interact with people. He knows that people have come from a long way. They've gotten up early to be there. But like I said, the Prime Minister's schedule is not oftentimes something that is strictly in his hands. There are security details, there are ISRO scientists as well, so it can't all be up to him. The Prime Minister is guided, of course, by the Special Protection Group that manages his schedule and security as well. So the Prime Minister has a small amount of wiggle room as far as what he can and cannot do in terms of his schedule. But the big crowd there is something that the Prime Minister usually finds difficult to ignore, because these are the people who've made him. These are his fans. These are his admirers. It's an election year as well. The Prime Minister is a strong believer in the power of the image. There's the Prime Minister there waving to the crowds outside the Bengaluru airport. There he is.
और एक अलग ही खुशी यहाँ देखी जा सकती है। ढोल नगाड़ों के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का यहाँ पर भी स्वागत किया जा रहा है। बाहर जो अपार हर उम्र के जो लोग हैं वो उनके स्वागत के लिए यहाँ मौजूद। क्या
we don't really know, but he is taking the time to be there. A nice photo op for all the people in that crowd there with their mobile phones snapping the Prime Minister. This is the Prime Minister really in his element, with the people, among the people, waving to them, sort of awash in their adulation, the tirangas, the dhol nagada, the chanting, the slogans. This is very much part of the Modi persona. This is what he's engendered. This is what he enjoys. This is his strength. This is what fuels him. This is what keeps him on his feet all the time. The Prime Minister, a big smile on his face after a long flight from Greece there, waving to that big crowd that's out there to welcome him. The Prime Minister will personally be taking this national attention that's on him and turning it towards the heroes of Isro in just a few short moments from now. Let's just get some sound in from the ground.
अब उनकी स्वदेश वापसी हो चुकी है और उसी तरीके से अपने ही देशवासियों के साथ यहाँ पे चंद्रयान-3 की जो सफलता है उसका एक तरीके का जश्न हम मान सकते हैं। लोगों का अभिवादन फिलहाल स्वीकार करते हुए और आगे की तरफ बढ़ते हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी।
Will be addressing the gathering. Let's listen in. The Prime Minister is at the microphone and looks like he is going to be making a short speech.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। भारत माता की। मेरे साथ आप एक नारा बुलवाइए। नरेंद्र मोदी और क्या? जय जवान, जय जवान। अब आगे मैं एक और कह रहा हूं, मैं कहूंगा जय विज्ञान, आप कहेंगे जय अनुसंधान। जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय जवान, जय जवान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान। सूर्योदय की बेला हो और बेंगलुरु का ये नजारा हो, देश के वैज्ञानिक देश को जब इतनी बड़ी सौगात देते हैं, इतनी बड़ी सिद्धि प्राप्त करते हैं, तो जो दृश्य मुझे आज बेंगलुरु में दिख रहा है, वही मुझे ग्रीस में भी दिखाई दिया, जोहान्सबर्ग में भी दिखाई दिया। दुनिया के हर कोने में न सिर्फ भारतीय विज्ञान में विश्वास करने वाले, भविष्य को देखने वाले, मानवता को समर्पित सब लोग इतने ही उमंग और उत्साह से भरे हुए हैं। आप सुबह सुबह इतना जल्दी आए, मेरा तो मैं अपने आप को रोक नहीं पा रहा था, क्योंकि मैं यहां से दूर विदेश में था। तो मैंने तय किया कि भारत जाऊंगा तो पहले बेंगलुरु जाऊंगा। सबसे पहले उन वैज्ञानिकों को नमन करूंगा। अब इतनी दूर से आना था तो कब पहुंचेंगे, 5-50 मिनट इधर उधर हो जाता है। तो मैं यहां आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी, गवर्नर साहब, उन सबको रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आप इतना जल्दी जल्दी कष्ट मत उठाइए। मैं तो वैज्ञानिकों को प्रणाम करके चला जाऊंगा। तो मैंने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की थी, लेकिन मैं जब विधिवत रूप से कर्नाटक आऊंगा जरूर मुख्यमंत्री जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी प्रोटोकॉल जरूर निभाए। लेकिन उन्होंने सहयोग किया, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, ये समय मुझे यहां उद्बोधन का नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरा मन उन वैज्ञानिकों के पास पहुंचने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। लेकिन मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि बेंगलुरु के नागरिकों ने अभी भी उस पल को उमंग और उत्साह से जी करके दिखा रहे हैं। इतने सुबह तो मैं देखता हूं छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी मुझे नजर आ रहे हैं। ये भारत का भविष्य है। मेरे साथ फिर से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की जय जवान, जय जवान, जय जवान। अब जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों।
Vigyan Jai Anusandhan, that's victory to science, victory to research. A new war cry by the Prime Minister, taking forward the famous Lal Bahadur Shastri battle cry of Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. So the Prime Minister there making it very clear that the focus today is on the heroes of Isro, the heroes of science and the heroes of research and development. The Prime Minister waving to the crowd for one last time before he departs directly for the Isro headquarters. The Prime Minister will be in a VIP cavalcade, obviously, so he gets to cut right through Bengaluru's notorious traffic and will reach the Isro headquarters in a very short time. But the Prime Minister clearly not leaving the opportunity to interact with his admirers who've come from a long way. It's part of the Prime Minister's personal touch. He does know that people expect this interaction. And he also knows the power of an image, the power of a few words. And that's what the Prime Minister has given the many people who are there. Yes, the BJP has come out in large numbers, but there are also lots of college students, lots of locals who've also come out there. So if you think that this is all, just a staged crowd, you'd be wrong, because there are people who wake up early to try and get a glimpse of the Prime Minister wherever he goes, and many of those people are visible on your screen right now outside the HAL airport. The Prime Minister will be headed straight to the ISRO headquarters. Let's try and get in our reporters now. Sarah, okay, we'll be getting Sarah and Sakai in just a moment. Okay, let's just listen in once again to the Prime Minister while we continue to show our viewers what's happening outside the airport.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मेरे साथ आप एक नारा बुलवाइए, नरेंद्र मोदी और क्या है? जय जवान, जय जवान। अब आगे मैं एक और कह रहा हूं, मैं कहूंगा जय विज्ञान, आप कहेंगे जय अनुसंधान। जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय जवान, जय जवान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान। सूर्योदय की बेला हो और बेंगलुरु का ये नजारा हो, देश के वैज्ञानिक देश को जब इतनी बड़ी सौगात देते हैं, इतनी बड़ी सिद्धि प्राप्त करते हैं, तो जो दृश्य मुझे आज बेंगलुरु में दिख रहा है, वही मुझे ग्रीस में भी दिखाई दिया, जोहान्सबर्ग में भी दिखाई दिया। दुनिया के हर कोने में न सिर्फ भारतीय विज्ञान में विश्वास करने वाले, भविष्य को देखने वाले, मानवता को समर्पित सब लोग इतने ही उमंग और उत्साह से भरे हुए हैं। आप सुबह सुबह इतना जल्दी आए, मेरा तो मैं अपने आप को रोक नहीं पा रहा था, क्योंकि मैं यहां से दूर विदेश में था। तो मैंने तय किया कि भारत जाऊंगा तो पहले बेंगलुरु जाऊंगा। सबसे पहले उन वैज्ञानिकों को नमन करूंगा। अब इतनी दूर से आना था तो कब पहुंचेंगे, 5-50 मिनट इधर उधर हो जाता है। तो मैं यहां आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी, गवर्नर साहब, उन सबको रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आप इतना जल्दी जल्दी कष्ट मत उठाइए, मैं तो वैज्ञानिकों को प्रणाम करके चला जाऊंगा। तो मैंने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की थी, लेकिन मैं जब विधिवत रूप से कर्नाटक आऊंगा, जरूर मुख्यमंत्री जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री जी प्रोटोकॉल जरूर निभाए। लेकिन उन्होंने सहयोग किया, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, ये समय मुझे यहां उद्बोधन का नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरा मन उन वैज्ञानिकों के पास पहुंचने के लिए बहुत उत्सुक है। लेकिन मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं कि बेंगलुरु के नागरिकों ने अभी भी उस पल को उमंग और उत्साह से जी करके दिखा रहे हैं। इतने सुबह तो मैं देखता हूं छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी मुझे नजर आ रहे हैं। ये भारत का भविष्य है। मेरे साथ फिर से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जय जवान, जय जवान, जय जवान। अब जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साथियों।
Now to India Today is Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's also reporting from Bengaluru at this time on the Prime Minister's upcoming felicitation ceremony. He's headed there. Naga, Prime Minister on his way to Isro now?
Absolutely right. He's left the HAL terminal as of now. He'll be on his way to the Isro command center. He's reaching in another 15 minutes. As you can see, we are barricaded. Of course, the SPG has barricaded all of us, the media. But behind me is the visual where we are all looking at that Prime Minister anytime in the next 10 to 15 minutes would be reaching. The distance is around 30 odd kilometers, but you can see what is standing out is everyone's carrying the Indian flag. No party flag, no party poster, but rather posters of praising Isro and praising the central government and praising HAL as well, because this project had companies which were not only Isro but also from outside who took part. Even small application sensors were all taken from outside is what we are told. So people have come united to support the Prime Minister and the Isro scientists, and what we are told is he'll spend around an hour or so at the Isro command center where he would be talking to the scientists as well as the Isro chairman, congratulating them and also looking at the moon visuals they have got in the last 3 days. The absolutely beautiful visual that we have all seen, the high quality of visual of Pragyan getting down the ramp, lander Vikram landing on the south pole of the moon. All of this, the Prime Minister would be lucky enough to watch it right from the command center himself.
Like you said, very importantly, you will likely get to see some images that have not been released as yet as well, Naga. And he'll be spending only about an hour with the Isro heroes, because they're of course extremely busy with the Chandrayaan project. It's a 14-day window, so they don't have much time to spare. But obviously for the Prime Minister, the Isro scientists will be there to bask in the glory of the Prime Minister's attention.
That's absolutely true. We have a very short period of 14 days as of now. So every second matters most for the Isro scientists so that they get as much as possible data from Chandrayaan-3. We have already been told from Chandrayaan-2 we have got 65 TB data already, terabytes of data as of now. Chandrayaan-3 will be giving us 20 odd TB data is what we are told. So they have to monitor every frame. They have to listen to every frequency, every wave, radio wave that comes out of our own payloads. The experiments have begun. The payloads have been turned on, as what we are told. Pragyan, the rover, has travelled at least 26 feet away from the lander as of now. It will be still in the observational area of the lander. It will not go past away from the lander where the lander cannot see, the cameras cannot see the rover. So it will still be in the vicinity of the camera of the lander Vikram. But quite exciting times. Who would have thought India would have taken 25-foot steps on the land of the moon, southern pole, where no one has ever gone. What we see in a regular day life, India has gone there to do some critical experiments and throw some light, not just to data in India for Indians, but to the data of humanity as well. And we have seen the congratulatory messages that the Prime Minister has received over the last few days on Twitter. If you follow his Twitter account, you will see that people, presidents and prime ministers across the world have congratulated him and have wished him good luck and have wished Isro good luck. And most of them want to collaborate now. The ambassador to Japan was quite happy to announce the next
moon mission with collaboration to India is what he has tweeted. So not just congratulatory messages. The time has come today that people want to associate themselves with our space organization so that they also can see positives through the space sector, and what we have achieved, they also want to do the same.
Okay, very, very interesting and very important. The Prime Minister will be emerging from the right outside the HAL airport, where he's just addressed the crowd there a moment ago. Sarah, so finally that debate is settled, whether the Prime Minister was going to interact with the crowd or not. He did spend a good 5-6 minutes delivering a short address to the people of Bengaluru there, and he's going to be headed now to Isro, Sarah.
Absolutely, Shiv. That was a very inspiring speech that we had our Prime Minister give to the public, to the gathering out here, chanting Jai, Jai Jawan, Jai Vigyan. And he seemed to be very thrilled about this achievement of ours that the country has earned. That is the Chandrayaan-3's landing. He called it a new dawn, in fact. We're quite happy for the fact that he came here. He addressed the gathering. He's going to be personally going and meeting this ISRO people at the moment, and the entire public just had chance to continue till the Prime Minister left the HAL base.
Very interesting. The Prime Minister is going to be heading there now. These are live pictures. I'll show you that frame, of that road where the crowd is still standing there with its tirangas, where the Prime Minister's cavalcade will be emerging just in moments from now. So all eyes on this particular frame right now, because that's the road out of the HAL airport that the Prime Minister will take as he heads towards Pina. That's a locality in Bengaluru where the ISRO headquarters is, where the command center is, where all the scientists are waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive. There appears to be a short delay. There definitely is a short delay, because the felicitation and honouring ceremony was to be 7 to 8 a.m. It's already 7:06, which means the Prime Minister is running a few minutes late. Hopefully he'll make up for it once he's there. But he's going to be still spending an hour with our ISRO heroes. Remember, time is critical for them. They've taken time out for the Prime Minister because all of them are extremely busy with the Chandrayaan-3 project itself, as is the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister, after spending an hour with the ISRO scientists, will be heading straight back to the national capital. He departs from Bengaluru at about 8:35, so in just about less than an hour and a half from now, the Prime Minister will be headed back to the national capital to continue with the rest of his engagements. But the important thing from the Prime Minister's message today is about the ISRO heroes. Today is about science. Today is about research. There are a plethora of expectations from the Prime Minister now. With this huge success, there will be those in the scientific community who will be hoping that this gives ISRO greater leverage for perhaps a larger budget. There's the Prime Minister leaving from the airport in his cavalcade and headed towards ISRO. Live pictures of the Prime Minister in his car. Minister is emerging from his vehicle. Looks like he might be interacting with the crowds. There it is. Like I said, it's quite likely that the Prime Minister will step out personally to, I beg your pardon. These are the earlier images before the Prime Minister actually addressed the press, not while he was leaving. This is when he made his little speech a little earlier. So we're still waiting for the Prime Minister's cavalcade before he leaves. Just fresh pictures from a different angle of the Prime Minister. And remember, there's already a lot of talk over the kinds of government honors and decorations that will be coming ISRO's way, particularly to the leadership team of ISRO, the project directors, the mission directors of Chandrayaan-3 and others, the men and women of ISRO. The Prime Minister will most likely either announce something today or it will be announced very shortly, but you can be sure that the heroes of ISRO, very, very deserving of the country's adulation and honor, will be will get government honors as well in the form of Padma awards or others, which will be granted to them during investiture ceremonies in the national capital. That is something that you can take it from me in writing that's going to happen for sure. But apart from that, because ISRO, remember, is an organization that has demonstrated the ability to conduct and execute space programs with incredible cost effectiveness. It's the admiration and in some ways envy of the world and other space agencies that cannot even dream of launching rockets, satellites, spacecraft with the kind of economies that ISRO has managed to do. And therefore, it appears quite likely, quite certain that this success of Chandrayaan-3 provides ISRO with a case, leverage with the government for expanded budgets, more resources, greater access to assets and things like that. It's very likely, given that the Prime Minister accords special attention to Vigyan, Anusandhan, as he just said from that stage, that ISRO is going to see a new dawn in many ways. A new dawn in many ways after the landing of Vikram on the south pole of the moon. It's not only created history for India, it's created history for the world. And that is something that the country, certainly the Prime Minister, take very, very seriously. And therefore, there's no question of shifting the spotlight away from the heroes of ISRO. This week, this month, this year belongs to the Indian Space Research Organization. It started in 1969, and by 2023, they've put a spacecraft on the moon. It's an incredible achievement and is the talk of the scientific community everywhere in the world. And they are waiting for the big findings and the experiments that are going to be conducted by Vikram and Pragyan, which are currently on the moon. Sagai continues to be with me. Okay, Nagarjun continues to be with me. Nagarjun, looks like there's a little bit of a delay. The Prime Minister is still at the airport.
Up from the police department is that there's a delay of 30 odd minutes. The Prime Minister has to freshen up also and maybe have a chai and then depart is what we are told. But earlier it was told that he would be reaching around 6:30 to 7 a.m. window. That's the time that was given. But right now there's a half an hour delay is what we are told. The police are completely getting minute to minute details. But as we speak, what we are hearing is the convoy is en route ISRO command center, and I'm just standing 300 meters away from ISRO command center. Just few blocks away is the place where Chandrayaan-3 rover and the lander is being controlled as we speak, and all of them are at the ISRO main gate is what we are told. The chairman has arrived to receive the Prime Minister. Like the Prime Minister mentioned, he doesn't want to meet anyone early in the morning because he has come to meet the scientists themselves and congratulate them, and not for any other official program. And hence he told the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister and the Governor also that don't come to receive me. The protocol can be for the next time when I come officially. But this time I was so eager to meet the scientists. My heart was so full after the landing was done. I could not wait that I said, let me go to Bengaluru first from Greece and then go back to Delhi for my further work. So ISRO chairman is also at the gate is what we are told to receive him at the ISRO command center. This was quite an odd time also, Shiv, when we were told from official sources that the Prime Minister was coming to Bangalore at 5 a.m. All of us were shocked that it's quite early in the morning. Would the scientists be there present at 5 a.m.? Seems like there's action behind me, Shiv. If I can ask my camera person to just zoom in and show you what is happening right here. One of the cops' car has reached, the DCP North has reached here in any moment, the Prime Minister convoy would reach the ISRO command center. The moment that all of us have been waiting for. When I spoke to Mr. Somnath yesterday, what was his feeling that Prime Minister is coming? He said, I could not wait to meet him. He's an inspiration. I spoke to him and it was quite overwhelming for me. And I still remember his words very clearly. Pradhan Mantri ji, India has landed on the moon. India is on the moon. Quite an historic statement which would go down history books. As you can remember what he said just 3 days back. All eyes on this road where his convoy will enter the ISRO junction and go to ISRO command center any moment from now.
Okay, so any moment from now, the Prime Minister will be departing. Short delay at the airport. That image that Nagarjun's camera frame is bringing to you off the road is at the ISRO junction. That's just about 300 meters from where, like Nagar just clarified for us, where the Vikram and the Pragyan are being controlled from. That's the ISRO command center that the Prime Minister will be arriving at. So the Prime Minister has just interacted with the crowd outside the HAL airport. He's freshening up inside. He will be getting into his cavalcade in just a moment and heading towards ISRO command center. He'll be down this road and then he will be spending time. He'll be welcomed by Dr. Somnath, the ISRO chief, and the other senior leadership team of ISRO. And then the grand invocation, the grand interaction by India's Prime Minister with the heroes of the day, the week, the year, the decade, perhaps even this, even the century, given that what ISRO has achieved, as Nagarjun just said, is something that has never been done before in over half a century of space exploration. So this is history that's been created. It means a great deal for the Prime Minister as well. Naga, if I could come to you on that point that we were talking about earlier, about how ISRO, there's no time for rest for ISRO. Chandrayaan-3 is happening. Alongside it, ISRO is already getting set for the Aditya L1 launch. The moon is done. Well, not quite done, but they're doing it right now. The sun is next. So there's absolutely no break in between.
That's absolutely true, Shiv. In fact, the Prime Minister announced when he watched the landing from South Africa as well that next is Aditya L1, where we would be exploring the atmosphere which is close to sun as well. 1.5 million kilometers away from the sun, where our own project would be there, Aditya L1, where we would also looking at what are the sun rays, how is it the atmosphere around the sun. And Shiv, remember, this is the farthest that ISRO put a machine or a project apart from going to the moon. So this, in the history of ISRO, this would be the farthest placed object, a man-made object for us. So quite another proud moment, because we have not gone that far as of now. Yet all of our satellites are around the Earth or either now to the moon. The convoys entering the ISRO road, Shiv. You can see the corps escorting the Prime Minister. This is the moment that ISRO was waiting for, that to receive the Prime Minister themselves and talk to him. And Pradhan Mantri also, like he said, he was so eager that he could not wait to go back to Delhi and then come. Rather, he took the trip directly from Greece to Bengaluru to meet the ISRO scientists early in the morning. We were all shocked as well that we would have to come here at 4 a.m. ISRO scientists, I saw a few of the women scientists walk from their quarters, the houses, to the ISRO headquarters and ISRO command center at 3:30 in the morning. So they are all ready and decked up to come here, because they all have been waiting to make sure that they also get a glimpse of the Prime Minister himself. And here as to what does he want to say, what morale boost that they can get for upcoming projects, because we are already speaking about Aditya 1 and next to Jupiter. What after that? Gaganyaan is another important project that we have lined up. I spoke to the chairman just 24 hours back. He was talking about that in the near future we'll see our own men and women going to the space and maybe go to International Space Center someday as well. But that machine that takes them to space is being worked upon, is being checked as of now. So a lot of projects in hand for the ISRO scientists as well. So there's no time to gloat, to boast, to celebrate. They go project to project. When I spoke to Mr. Somnath, I asked him, did you shake a leg? Did you get a good time at home? What was your emotions when you went back home after the landing? He said, I have no time. We only have 14 days left. I just went back and slept. I could not do anything. I could not talk to anyone. I had to get some sleep. I got the sleep and back to work at 6 a.m. in the morning. So that's the dedication level that we are talking about, that ISRO scientists are doing.
Naga, we've got live pictures on our screen now of the Prime Minister's cavalcade that's headed to your location. Apologies for interrupting you, Naga. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Just wanted to talk over these pictures. The Prime Minister in his cavalcade is about to arrive at the ISRO junction. A big cavalcade. You see the SPG getting out of the car now. Prime Minister still inside the car, waving at the crowds, the cameras that are all situated there, tracking every moment of the Prime Minister's movement towards the ISRO junction. Okay, the Prime Minister is emerging from his vehicle now, once again to wave at the crowds. It looks like everywhere where the crowds have assembled to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, he is making it a point to stop and wave to them. Personal touch, the Modi mantra always, never lose an opportunity to give the people what they want. And here's the Prime Minister waving once again to the crowds. Right in the middle of the road, early morning in Bengaluru, obviously VIP movement in place. And the Prime Minister in a moving car standing outside now and waving to that crowd. I can tell you right now where I'm, while I bring you this broadcast, that these images are going to trigger their own round of politics that we've all become very familiar with. The opposition will raise questions on the Prime Minister, taking up the limelight as it were. But the Prime Minister is headed towards ISRO, where the limelight will be on the ISRO heroes in just moments from now. The politics will play out, that's only to be expected. But this is the Modi machine in motion, viewer. The Prime Minister with his people correct, the personal touch, always giving the crowds what they want. They expect, a short interaction or at least a brief sight of Modi. Well, he's giving them more than that. He stepped out of his vehicle as the cavalcade slows down, so they can get more than just a short glimpse of the Indian Prime Minister, who's made it a point to return from Greece directly to Bengaluru. He labored that point in his speech as well to the crowd outside the HAL airport. And now that cavalcade is getting close to the ISRO junction. You can hear the drums, the traditional drums. The tirangas are all there. Good to see no party flags of any kind. It's only about India, not about the BJP or the Congress. And all the airs of a credit war, legacy war, etc., drowned out by this sound. Big celebrations there on the roads of Bengaluru as the Prime Minister approaches the Isro headquarters, where the entire leadership team of Isro is waiting to welcome the Indian Prime Minister. He's about to arrive there. A lot of security detail and SPG protocol before the Prime Minister arrives. Remember, this is an unfolding story. There are crowds there. The city is waking up, and the Prime Minister is about to be at the Isro headquarters. He will be welcomed by Dr. Somnath. There you have it. This is the Isro junction. This is from India Today's cameras, where India Today's Nagarjun Dwarkanath is located, as the first elements of the Prime Minister's cavalcade begin to turn in towards Isro junction. The function is all set to begin. Viewer, stand by for the big felicitation function by the Prime Minister for India's heroes of Isro. Prime Minister waving to the crowd. Let's listen in. So there's the Prime Minister arriving at the Isro junction. The cavalcade slowed down so he could give that crowd there a glimpse of him. The Prime Minister taking his time. The interaction with Isro already running about a half hour late, but I'm sure the Prime Minister is going to be making up for that. Let's just listen into some of that sound. Dhol Nagada, sloganeering, chants of Modi, Modi. This is Prime Minister Modi in his element. Bengaluru is a city that wakes up early anyway, but this was an especially early morning. The Prime Minister arrived at 6. It's 7:26 and the Prime Minister is just pulling in now into Isro. Take a look at these images.
मौजूद हैं और प्रधान
Okay, you can also hear the Jai Shri Ram chants. That's become a fixture in public gatherings in many places these days. Prime Minister at that last leg before he pulls in at Isro. We'll get you a frame from Isro in just a moment from now, where you'll get the first glimpses of the Isro heroes that have been waiting for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister made a 5 to 6 minute speech outside the HL airport, which you've just heard, and his big rallying war cry is Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan. Victory to science, victory to research. That's the Prime Minister's catchphrase for the day. You can expect it to trend on social media for sure in a short while from now, if it isn't already. And it sends out a message to Isro and to the scientific community that Modi is on your side. That's the message that he's trying to send out. Remember, the Prime Minister, very well aware about the power of an image, most certainly in an election year. But this is the Prime Minister knee-deep in that personal touch philosophy that he holds very dearly. Giving the people a glimpse of his persona, interacting with them, making sure he spends those extra minutes waving to those crowds, fully aware that glimpses of him leave an impression, and that's something that he takes very seriously, especially with Indian youngsters, young people who've come out in large numbers to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. Remember, there is oftentimes politics and criticism over event management and crowds and things like that. But make no mistake about the personal touch that the Prime Minister has mastered so well. He knows for a fact that the morale booster that his physical presence in Bengaluru today provided to the Isro scientists, the Isro community, the Chandrayaan team and the scientific community at large across the country is something that is extremely valuable. You will see it when the Prime Minister goes in, the smiles on the faces of the scientists, the importance that's being given to them, the Modi spotlight that will be shined on our scientists is something that they value very, very highly, and it's something they take extremely seriously. Why not? On a day like this, they truly are the national heroes of this country, and they deserve every bit of attention, every bit of adulation, every bit of honor and felicitation that the Prime Minister can muster for them, and muster he is and will in the next few minutes. He's just about to arrive at the Isro headquarters. The road you see here is a road that connects the Bengaluru HAL airport to the Isro junction. It's a VIP protocol that's in force right now, obviously because it's the Indian Prime Minister. He doesn't have a choice in that matter, but he'll be arriving there. And as per his agenda, at least, he's promised to be there for 1 hour. He's arrived. We can confirm to you that the Prime Minister has arrived at the Isro Command Center headquarters. Live pictures coming to you in just a moment. Stand by for those live pictures in just a moment of the Prime Minister arriving at the Isro Command Center. Okay, here you go. That's the Prime Minister arriving in. Okay, this is just before he arrived. The Prime Minister is arriving in just a moment from now at the Isro headquarters, where that honor ceremony will begin. Apart from interacting with the scientists, Dr. Somnath and others, it is almost certain that the Prime Minister will make a speech. Cannot be sure if that speech will be live or will it be shared with us a little later. I don't want to second guess that, but we're going to stay live and bring it to you as soon as it's up there. But the Prime Minister will be interacting with them. Remember, the Prime Minister already made a small speech via video conference from Johannesburg at the time the Vikram had landed. But today he will be interacting in person with the Isro heroes, and that takes a completely different flavor and texture, as you know. There's nothing like being there in person, and that's the reason why the Prime Minister made it a point to mention it, just in case anybody had missed the fact that he had taken his flight directly from Greece while he was on a foreign visit to land in Bengaluru. In other words, before doing anything else in the country, before carrying on with any of his other duties, the Prime Minister wanted to be there to personally shake hands with the Isro scientists, the Isro heroes, Dr. Somnath and his team, because that's the importance he accords to their amazing, not national, but global achievement. Final minutes before the Prime Minister pulls in. Huge media scrum, video journalists on top of some of those vehicles, getting you those live images of the Prime Minister as he finally pulls in. Flower petals on the Prime Minister's car as well, flung by the crowds. That final wave before the Prime Minister and his cavalcade snake into Isro Junction. It's a separate area. Obviously, it's a high security area of the Indian Space Research Organization, where the Prime Minister will be pulling into in just a minute. In fact, we've got a confirmation that he's already reached. We're just about to get those pictures in a moment. You'll see the Prime Minister at the Isro headquarters in just a moment. Obviously, there are restrictions, and that's the reason why we're still waiting on those images. The Prime Minister will be interacting. Okay, I think I'm going to go across to Nagarjun. I think we have Nagarjun with us live. Just going to check if we have him live because he's at the Isro Junction. Can I get a confirmation if we have Nagarjun live? Do we have Nagarjun live? Okay, we don't have Nagarjun live. We'll go, let's get Nagarjun back on our coverage ASAP, because he's at the Isro Junction and I want to be able to speak to him to get a clarification of where the Prime Minister is currently. I think he's we've gotten word that he's reached, but has he already gone inside? How soon before we get those live pictures? All of those questions will be answered. Bear with me, viewer. In just a few seconds from now, we'll have clarity on that. All of those live feeds coming in from Bengaluru, we're bringing them all to you first. Here on India Today, that's a personal guarantee. Okay, so We do know that the entire ISRO leadership team of the Chandrayaan mission are obviously there, the men and women of ISRO, all of them heroes. Images of their celebrations on the day the Vikram landed have all gone viral. We're going to see much more of that. The ISRO scientists are going to be there, each and every one of them, I'm sure. ISRO scientists from the Satish Dhawan Center, from Sriharikota and elsewhere have also been called to Bengaluru for this day to meet with the Prime Minister, because these things really do mean a lot. There's already talk of government decorations like Padma Awards, Bharat Ratna even for Dr. Somnath. Now, we can't second guess those decisions. Those are decisions taken at a very high level. But I can tell you the kind of sentiment, emotion that the Chandrayaan-3 mission has evoked in the country has led to a very vocal call for even a Bharat Ratna for Dr. Somnath and the Chandrayaan-3 team. So this is something that the people of India take very, very seriously. The scientific community is watching very closely because they know the power of what a Modi morale boost really means. Nagarjun is back with us. He's at the ISRO junction. Naga, the Prime Minister has reached. We hear.
That's true, Shiv. Prime Minister has reached the ISRO mission operation complex, which is just few blocks away from me. I'm just 200 meters away. I can visually confirm that his cavalcade had entered the ISRO command center, or what we call the mission operational complex, where Chandrayaan-3 project is being handled, where the rover, the lander, all of the data is pouring in on the day of the landing. What we saw of the computer section and the big screen, all of it is here. And the ISRO chairman is also sitting out of this complex right now as we speak to receive the Prime Minister. We are waiting for the visuals and photographs to come in because we don't have access because of the protocol. None of the public have access. We'll have to wait a bit longer, if not few minutes more, before the Prime Minister office themselves release the photo or ISRO themselves release the photo. But I can visually confirm that right behind me is when Prime Minister left, and just 200 meters away from me is the ISRO complex, the command center, and he has entered. And by now, most likely that the chairman himself has received the Prime Minister.
Chairman himself has received the Prime Minister, waiting on those images. That's what India is waiting for right now. All of our viewers, and we're getting a lot of comments on. Okay, here you have it. The first image is coming in from the inside. Dr. Somnath, the Prime Minister, the senior leadership team of ISRO in this beautiful, beautiful photo op inside ISRO. Here's the welcome.
सिर्फ और सिर्फ उन वैज्ञानिकों के बीच जाना है, उनसे मुलाकात करने का है, तो वो घड़ी आ गई है जब प्रधानमंत्री उन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच मौजूद हैं और फूलों का गुलदस्ता देकर ISRO के जो प्रमुख हैं डॉक्टर
meeting with the senior leadership team of ISRO, the men and women who've made the amazing Chandrayaan-3 mission possible, the men and women of ISRO who've made India so proud, not just nationally, but internationally in front of the entire world. These are the men and women, viewer, who've made space history. Space history not just for India, but made India the first country in the history of space exploration to put a spacecraft in the south polar region of the moon. It's never been done before. Not by the US, not by Russia, not by China. The other three countries that have executed soft landings on the moon, they've all been in different other areas. India has done it, and these people have done it on the south pole of the moon, and that's the reason why the Prime Minister is there. There's no audio in these pictures, in case you're wondering, so I just wanted to clarify that I will be talking over these pictures until we get some sound in of the scientists talking. These are pictures that don't have sound in. Once we do, I'll of course go silent so you can hear the scientists, because that's what is very important for you. The Prime Minister is expected to make an address to the ISRO scientists as well. Personally welcomed there by Dr. Somnath. Truly the hero of the decade, maybe. There are loud calls for a Bharat Ratna for Dr. Somnath, and the mission and project directors of Chandrayaan-3 for what they've achieved. But let me tell you, as far as ISRO is concerned, and it is something that Dr. Somnath also said very, very graciously. He said, this is not one person's achievement. It truly is a team effort by the thousands of men and women who make up the Indian Space Research Organization that in a span of just a few decades has managed to do what no other country has done, and at a price that is the envy of every other space agency everywhere in the world. Each of the people you see on your screen, viewer, from Dr. Somnath to the mission director to the project director, these are people who have devoted their entire lives to science and research. And that's the reason why a morale boost of the kind that is being given to them by the Prime Minister today, with a personal slap on the back, a handshake, a hug, is something that goes a very long way in keeping their morale up. Remember that these are also extremely busy people, so the Prime Minister will not be taking much of their time. They've got work to do. The Chandrayaan mission is only 14 days long, and therefore every minute counts. Vikram has landed successfully. The Pragyan rover is rolling beautifully on the surface of the moon. And therefore, there's a very short window of time in which to conduct all the objectives and the experiments that Chandrayaan-3 is hoping to achieve. Because remember, it isn't just Isro that's waiting on those findings. It's the global space community, scientific community, that is hoping to learn more about the South Pole of the moon, courtesy Vikram, Pragyan, and the people of Isro. First pictures coming in from the inside now of Isro. I'm just going to check with our producers if there's any audio in these. Is there any audio? Can we go up with the audio? Okay, there's no audio. Like I said, I promise you we'll go to the audio once the audio is in. So this particular feed coming in from Isro has no audio, so we can't. Okay, let's listen in.
विज्ञान जो है इस रैंप से नीचे उतरता है और फिर चांद की सतह की सैर कर रहा है। देखिए, रोवर जो है इस समय चांद पर करीब 1 सेंटीमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से रेंगते हुए चल रहा है। ये मानकर ये कह सकते हैं कि उसकी जो धीमी चाल है वो करीब 500 मीटर तक चलेगा लैंडर के साथ संपर्क बना के रखते हुए।
Okay, so these are very, very compelling images, viewer. What Dr. Somnath is now showing the Prime Minister is a replica of the Vikram lander itself. This is, these are lovely pictures. The Prime Minister getting a first-hand view of both the Vikram lander as well as the materials and components that go into the making of the Vikram lander, the orbiter, the ramp from which the Pragyan rover rolls out from the spacecraft, and there, right there on the floor, as you can see, is an image of is a replica of the Pragyan rover itself. How I wish we could hear what Dr. Somnath and the Prime Minister were discussing as they interact with each other. Dr. Somnath is accompanied by senior members of the Isro team who are with him as well, in case the Prime Minister has more detailed questions and clarifications. But these are lovely images. The Prime Minister getting a full brief on on the equipment. This is the hardware that is the visible component of what the Chandrayaan-3 mission is really all about. The Prime Minister is there to say thank you, but also to learn, to show that he is part of whatever the Isro is striving to achieve next. That's the Vikram lander there. You can see its solar panels, that replica, very true to life of what the Vikram looks like on the moon. I'm sure it's covered in a little bit of moon dust, but pretty much what you're seeing right there with those solar panels. So the Prime Minister getting a full brief from Dr. Somnath before what we're expecting to see is an interaction in probably an auditorium of some kind with the entire Isro community. And that live interaction will, of course, be beamed to all Isro centers, so every member of the Isro community can be part of this very, very momentous day where the Prime Minister is there in person to honor and felicitate them. The interaction is expected to last, maybe about an hour. It's already begun, of course. The Prime Minister has to make his way back to Delhi in an hour from now to carry on with the rest of his day. And the Isro team is even busier, in fact, because they've got to go back to the Chandrayaan-3 mission. The command center, viewer, you remember the chairs and the panels and the computers which you saw on the landing day. That center is just about is just about 200 meters from this location where the Prime Minister is. Will the Prime Minister be taken there? We don't know. The Prime Minister was there last time during Chandrayaan-3. He was that's where he interacted with the scientists. We don't know if this interaction will take place in that command center this time as well, or will it be in an auditorium. That, of course, we'll know in just a few minutes from now. But the Prime Minister is going to spend less than an hour from now with Isro before he makes his way back to Delhi. Remember that there's already a large, very vocal section on social media, especially many in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, who are calling for a Bharat Ratna for people like Dr. Somnath, or at the very least big government decorations for the team, which, like I said, is almost beyond doubt that something of that kind will happen. It may not be a Bharat Ratna, even though many people very strongly believe that the scale of this achievement, the scale of ISRO's achievement in being the first space agency to put a lander on the south pole of the moon before NASA, before ESA, before any other space agency is a global achievement. It's not just a national achievement. It's not just about ISRO. It's something that's put India on the global space map in a much bigger way than ISRO has ever done before. And that's the reason why there is a section that believes that a Bharat Ratna may be in order for Dr. Somnath and the senior Chandrayaan-3 direction team. So we'll have to see if that happens. The men and women of ISRO are the heroes of the day. They're the ones who've made this possible, and today is their day to shine. The Prime Minister, using the enormous attention and spotlight that hovers over him at all times, to shine that light on the heroes of ISRO, the men and women of ISRO who've made this country proud. You saw the crowds that were waiting for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister wants that national attention today to be on ISRO. He knows that India had tuned in and the world had tuned in record numbers to watch the landing of Vikram. In fact, I was just reading that the live viewership online of the Vikram landing has broken all records of any live event, including sports and things like that on YouTube. So this is an event that the world was watching, not just India. And the Prime Minister wants ISRO to get its due, to get the attention it deserves, to have access to the resources it requires, and to also be able to communicate what it requires to go to the next level, to take things to the next level. Now the moon has happened. Remember, on September 2nd, as we've reported, there's no time for ISRO. They've landed a Vikram lander on the moon on August 23rd, and just 9 days after that, on the 2nd of September, another rocket blasts off from ISRO, carrying the Aditya L1 spacecraft, which is the first Indian spacecraft that will be conducting studies around the sun. Obviously, it's not going to be going very near the sun, but it is there to conduct those experiments. Live pictures now of the Prime Minister entering the command center, like I said, to meet with those scientists. Let's just try and listen into some of that commentary coming in.
इन्हीं क्षणों का, इन्हीं पलों का प्रधानमंत्री को भी इंतजार था और वैज्ञानिकों को भी इंतजार। हम देख सकते हैं कि महिला वैज्ञानिक भी इस दौरान वहां मौजूद हैं और इन तमाम वैज्ञानिकों के बीच ये लाइव तस्वीरें हैं बेंगलुरु से, टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग और कमांड नेटवर्क सेंटर से।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको सुस्वागतम। On 23rd of this month, August, we made history by landing on the moon. Chandrayaan-3 landed softly on the moon. We were very fortunate to have our Honorable Prime Minister, though away, he joined us live to greet us, to congratulate us, to be with us. And thank you so much for your presence during such a historic day. You promised us that you will come and meet us on that day. And you are here. And thank you so much for your gracious presence today amongst us. And today we look forward to your words of wisdom, your vision, your expectation from us. And for all those words, we are at ears to you. Honorable Pradhan Mantri ji, आपको मेरा स्वागत इसरो में ये कंट्रोल सेंटर में. Thank you, sir. So we are seeing the ramp being deployed now. This is animation. We'll see the real. Next solar panel of the ramp of the rover Pragyan opens. Then it establishes communication with the lander. Yeah. Then it slowly comes out. Now the rover has already moved 12 meters. So we'll see the onboard camera visuals. So this is a camera mounted on the side just before the ramp deployment. So what you're seeing is the deployment of the ramp with the rover mounted on that. The solar panel of the rover is deployed already and it is getting released and moving towards moon, sir. So these images take a lot of time to come to Earth because data rate and processing. So now this is the early morning image of today morning. The rover is almost out of the field of view. It will turn in the day today and look at the lander and take more pictures. Thank you.
Mementos being exchanged and provided to the Prime Minister by Dr. Somnath. Lovely historic pictures of the rollout of Pragyan from the Vikram lander onto the surface of the moon. Priceless, priceless images of India's history on the moon, that handshake. And now the Prime Minister will address the heroes of Isro.
Namaskar, friends. आप सभी के बीच आकर आज एक अलग ही खुशी महसूस कर रहा हूं। शायद ऐसी खुशी बहुत रेयर ओकेजन होते हैं जब तन मन खुशियों से भर गया हो। और व्यक्ति के जीवन में कई बार ऐसी घटनाएं घटती हैं कि वो बेसब्री हावी हो जाती है। इस बार मेरे साथ भी ऐसा ही हुआ है। इतनी बेसब्री, मैं साउथ अफ्रीका में था, फिर ग्रीस का कार्यक्रम था तो वहां चला गया, लेकिन मेरा मन पूरी तरह आपके साथ ही लगा हुआ था। लेकिन कभी कभी लगता है कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ अन्याय कर देता हूं। बेसब्री मेरी और मुसीबत आपकी। इतनी सवेरे सवेरे आप सभी को, और इतना और टाइम, लेकिन बस मन कर रहा था जाऊं आपको नमन करूं। आपको दिक्कत हुई होगी, लेकिन मैं भारत में आते ही जल्द से जल्द आपके दर्शन करना चाहता था। आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को। आप देश को जिस ऊंचाई पर लेकर गए हैं, ये कोई साधारण सफलता नहीं है। ये अनंत अंतरिक्ष में भारत के वैज्ञानिक सामर्थ्य का शंखनाद है। India is on the moon. We have our national pride placed on the moon. हम वहां पहुंचे जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। हमने वो किया जो पहले कभी किसी ने नहीं किया था। ये आज का भारत है, निर्भीक भारत, जुझारू भारत। ये वो भारत है जो नया सोचता है, नए तरीके से सोचता है, जो डार्क जोन में जाकर भी दुनिया में रोशनी की किरण फैला देता है। इक्कीसवीं सदी में यही भारत दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी समस्याओं का समाधान करेगा। मेरी आंखों के सामने 23 अगस्त का वो दिन, वो एक एक सेकंड बार बार घूम रहा है। जब टचडाउन कंफर्म हुआ तो जिस तरह यहां इसरो सेंटर में पूरे देश में लोग उछल पड़े, वो दृश्य कौन भूल सकता है। कुछ स्मृतियां अमर हो जाती हैं। वो पल अमर हो गया। वो पल इस सदी के सबसे प्रेरणादायी क्षणों में से एक है। हर भारतीय को लग रहा था कि विजय उसकी अपनी है। खुद महसूस करता था। हर भारतीय को लग रहा था कि जैसे वो खुद एक बड़े एग्जाम में पास हो गया है। आज भी बधाइयां दी जा रही है, संदेश दिए जा रहे हैं, और ये सब मुमकिन बनाया है आप सबने, आपने। देश के मेरे वैज्ञानिकों ने ये मुमकिन बनाया है। मैं आप सबका जितना गुणगान करूं वो कम है। मैं आपकी जितनी सराहना करूं वो कम है। साथियों, मैंने वो फोटो देखी जिसमें हमारे मून लैंडर ने अंगद की तरह चंद्रमा पर मजबूती से अपना पैर जमाया हुआ है। एक तरफ विक्रम का विश्वास है तो दूसरी तरफ प्रज्ञान का पराक्रम है। हमारा प्रज्ञान लगातार चंद्रमा पर अपने पद चिन्ह छोड़ रहा है। अलग अलग कैमरों से ली गई जो तस्वीरें अभी रिलीज हुई और मुझे देखने का सौभाग्य मिला, वो अद्भुत है। मानव सभ्यता में पहली बार धरती के लाखों साल के इतिहास में पहली बार उस स्थान की तस्वीर मानव अपनी आंखों से देख रहा है। और ये तस्वीर दुनिया को दिखाने का काम भारत ने किया है। आप सभी वैज्ञानिकों ने किया है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की साइंटिफिक स्पिरिट का, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी का और हमारे साइंटिफिक टेम्परामेंट का लोहा मान चुकी है। चंद्रयान महाअभियान सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की सफलता है। हमारा मिशन जिस क्षेत्र को एक्सप्लोर करेगा उससे सभी देशों के लिए मून मिशंस के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। ये चांद के रहस्य को तो खोलेगा ही, साथ ही धरती की चुनौतियों के समाधान में भी मदद करेगा। आपकी इस सफलता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर सभी वैज्ञानिकों को, टेक्नीशियंस, इंजीनियर्स और चंद्रयान महाअभियान से जुड़े सभी सदस्यों को बधाई देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, आप जानते हैं कि स्पेस मिशंस के टच डाउन पॉइंट को एक नाम दिए जाने की वैज्ञानिक परंपरा है। चंद्रमा के जिस हिस्से पर हमारा चंद्रयान उतरा है, भारत ने उस स्थान के भी नामकरण का फैसला लिया है। जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। शिव में मानवता के कल्याण का संकल्प समाहित है और शक्ति से हमें उन संकल्पों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य मिलता है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी से जुड़े होने का बोध कराता है। हमारे ऋषियों ने कहा है, येन कर्माण्य पशो मनीषिणो यज्ञे कुण्वन्ति विद्येषु धीरः यत्पूर्व यक्ष्मन्तः प्रजानां तन्मे मनः शिव संकल्पम अस्तु। अर्थात जिस मन से हम कर्तव्य कर्म करते हैं, विचार और विज्ञान को गति देते हैं और जो सबके भीतर मौजूद है, वो मन शुभ और कल्याणकारी संकल्पों से जुड़े। मन के इन शुभ संकल्पों को पूरा करने के लिए शक्ति का आशीर्वाद अनिवार्य है और ये शक्ति हमारी नारी शक्ति है। हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं। हमारे यहां कहा गया है सृष्टि स्थिति विनाशानाम शक्ति भूते सनातनी, अर्थात निर्माण से प्रलय तक पूरी सृष्टि का आधार नारी शक्ति ही है। आप सबने देखा है चंद्रयान-3 में देश ने, हमारी महिला वैज्ञानिकों ने, देश की नारी शक्ति ने कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट सदियों तक भारत के इस वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक चिंतन का साक्षी बनेगा। ये शिव शक्ति पॉइंट आने वाली पीढ़ियों को प्रेरणा देगा कि हमें विज्ञान का उपयोग मानवता के कल्याण के लिए ही करना है। मानवता का कल्याण, यही हमारा सुप्रीम कमिटमेंट है। साथियों, एक और नामकरण काफी समय से लंबित है। 4 साल पहले जब चंद्रयान-2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान-3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान-2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा। ये तिरंगा पॉइंट भारत के हर प्रयास की प्रेरणा बनेगा। ये तिरंगा पॉइंट हमें सीख देगा कि कोई भी विफलता आखिरी नहीं होती। अगर दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति हो तो सफलता मिलकर के ही रहती है। यानी मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, चंद्रयान-2 के पद चिन्ह जहां है, वो स्थान आज से तिरंगा पॉइंट कहलाएगा। और जहां पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर पहुंचा है, वो स्थान आज से शिव शक्ति पॉइंट कहलाएगा। साथियों, आज भारत दुनिया का चौथा ऐसा देश बन चुका है जिसने चंद्रमा की सतह को छुआ है। ये सफलता तब और अधिक बड़ी हो जाती है जब हम ये देखते हैं कि भारत ने अपनी यात्रा कहां से शुरू की थी। एक समय था जब भारत के पास जरूरी तकनीक नहीं थी, सहयोग भी नहीं था। हमारी गिनती थर्ड वर्ल्ड यानी थर्ड रो में खड़े देशों में होती थी। थर्ड वर्ल्ड थर्ड रो में खड़े हुए लोगों में होती थी। वहां से निकलकर आज भारत दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है। आज ट्रेड से लेकर टेक्नोलॉजी तक भारत की गिनती पहली पंक्ति यानी फर्स्ट रो में खड़े देशों में हो रही है। यानी थर्ड रो से फर्स्ट रो तक इस यात्रा में इसरो इसरो जैसी संस्थानों की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। आपने आज मेक इन इंडिया को चांद तक पहुंचा दिया है। मेरे परिवारजनों, मैं आज आपके बीच आकर विशेष तौर पर देशवासियों को आपकी मेहनत के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। जो मैं बातें बता रहा हूं वो आपके लिए नई नहीं है, लेकिन आपने जो किया है, जो साधना की है, वो देशवासियों को भी पता होना चाहिए। भारत के दक्षिण हिस्से से चंद्रमा के दक्षिणी ध्रुव तक चंद्रयान की ये यात्रा आसान नहीं थी। मून लैंडर की सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने इसरो की रिसर्च फैसिलिटी में आर्टिफिशियल मून तक बना डाला। इस आर्टिफिशियल मून पर विक्रम लैंडर को अलग अलग तरीके से सरफेस पर उतारकर उसका टेस्ट किया गया था। अब इतने सारे एग्जाम देकर हमारा मून लैंडर वहां गया है तो उसे सक्सेस मिलनी ही मिलनी थी। साथियों, आज जब मैं देखता हूं कि भारत की युवा पीढ़ी साइंस को लेकर, स्पेस को लेकर, इनोवेशन को लेकर इतनी एनर्जी से भरी हुई है, तो उसके पीछे हमारे ऐसे ही स्पेस मिशंस की सफलता है। मंगलायन की सफलता ने, चंद्रयान की सफलता ने, गगनयान की तैयारी ने देश की युवा पीढ़ी को एक नया मिजाज दे दिया है। आज भारत के छोटे छोटे बच्चों की जुबान पर चंद्रयान का नाम है। आज भारत का हर बच्चा आप वैज्ञानिकों में अपना भविष्य देख रहा है। इसलिए आपकी उपलब्धि सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि आपने चांद पर तिरंगा लहराया, लेकिन आपने एक और बड़ी उपलब्धि हासिल की है, और वो उपलब्धि है भारत की पूरी पीढ़ी को जागृत करने की, उसे नई ऊर्जा देने की। आपने एक पूरी पीढ़ी पर अपनी सफलता की गहरी छाप छोड़ी है। आज से कोई भी बच्चा रात में जब चंद्रमा को देखेगा तो उसको विश्वास होगा कि जिस हौसले से मेरा देश चांद पर पहुंचा है, वही हौसला, वही जज्बा उस बच्चे के भीतर भी है, उस युवा के भीतर भी है। आज आपने भारत के बच्चों में आकांक्षाओं के जो बीज बोए हैं, कल वो वट वृक्ष बनेंगे और विकसित भारत की नींव बनेंगे। हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को निरंतर प्रेरणा मिलती रहे, इसके लिए एक और निर्णय लिया गया है। 23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा। जब हर वर्ष नेशनल स्पेस डे साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन की स्पिरिट को सेलिब्रेट करेगा, हमें हमेशा हमेशा के लिए प्रेरित करता रहेगा। मेरे परिवारजनों, आप भी जानते हैं कि स्पेस सेक्टर का जो सामर्थ्य है वो सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करने या अंतरिक्ष की खोज से कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा है। स्पेस सेक्टर की एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है जो मैं देखता हूं, वो है ईज ऑफ लिविंग और ईज ऑफ गवर्नेंस। आज देश में स्पेस एप्लीकेशंस को गवर्नेंस के हर पहलू से जोड़ने की दिशा में बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है। आप लोगों ने जब मुझे प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में काम का दायित्व दिया, तो प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद मैंने भारत सरकार के ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी लेवल के ऑफिसर्स की स्पेस साइंटिस्ट के साथ एक वर्कशॉप करवाई थी और इसका मकसद ये था कि गवर्नेंस में, शासन व्यवस्था में ट्रांसपेरेंसी लाने में स्पेस सेक्टर की ताकत का ज्यादा से ज्यादा इस्तेमाल कैसे करें। तब किरण जी शायद हम लोगों के साथ काम करते थे। इसी का नतीजा था जब देश ने स्वच्छ भारत अभियान शुरू किया, शौचालयों का निर्माण शुरू किया, करोड़ों घरों को बनाने का अभियान चलाया, तो इन सब के मॉनिटरिंग के लिए, उसकी प्रगति के लिए स्पेस साइंस ने बहुत मदद की। आज देश में दूर दराज के इलाके में एजुकेशन, कम्युनिकेशन और हेल्थ सर्विसेज पहुंचाने में स्पेस सेक्टर की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। इन दिनों आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के निमित्त जो जिले जिले में अमृत सरोवर बन रहे हैं, उसका भी टैगिंग, उसकी भी मॉनिटरिंग स्पेस के द्वारा ही हो रही है। बिना स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के हम टेलीमेडिसिन और टेली एजुकेशन की कल्पना तक नहीं कर सकते। स्पेस साइंस ने देश के रिसोर्सेज के ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन में भी बहुत मदद की है। हमारे देश के एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को ताकत देने में, मौसम का अनुमान लगाने में स्पेस सेक्टर जो मदद करता है वो देश का हर किसान जानता है। आज वो देख लेता है अपने मोबाइल पर अगले सप्ताह मौसम का क्या हाल है। देश के करोड़ों मछुआरों को आज नाविक सिस्टम से जो सटीक जानकारी मिल रही है वो भी आप ही की देन है। आज जब देश में बाढ़ आती है, कोई प्राकृतिक आपदा आती है, भूकंप आता है, तो हालात की गंभीरता का पता लगाने में आप सबसे पहले आगे आते हैं। जब साइक्लोन आता है तो हमारी सैटेलाइट्स उसका सारा रूट बताती है, सारी टाइमिंग बताती है और लोगों की जान भी बचती है, संपत्ति भी बचती है। और सिर्फ साइक्लोन के कारण जो संपत्ति बचती है ना, उसका अगर जोड़ लगा दें तो आज स्पेस का जो खर्चा है उससे वो ज्यादा हो जाता था। हमारे पीएम गतिशक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान का आधार भी स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी ही है और आज दुनिया भारत के इस गतिशक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म का अध्ययन कर रही है कि प्लानिंग और मैनेजमेंट में ये प्लेटफॉर्म कितना उपयोगी हो सकता है। इससे प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग, एजुकेशन और मॉनिटरिंग में काफी मदद मिल रही है। समय के साथ बढ़ता हुआ स्पेस एप्लीकेशन का ये दायरा हमारे युवाओं के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी बढ़ा रहा है, अवसर बढ़ा रहा है। और इसलिए आज मैं एक सुझाव भी देना चाहता हूं और मैं चाहूंगा कि आपके यहां से जो रिटायर्ड लोग हैं वे इसमें काफी मदद कर सकते हैं। अब ये मत बोलिएगा कि इतनी सुबह सुबह मोदी जी यहां आए और कुछ काम भी दे करके जा रहे हैं। साथियों, मैं चाहूंगा कि इसरो केंद्र सरकार के विभिन्न मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारें मिलकर गवर्नेंस में स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी पर एक नेशनल हैकाथॉन का आयोजन करें। इस हैकाथॉन में ज्यादा से ज्यादा युवा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटी, ज्यादा से ज्यादा नौजवान वो शामिल हो, जुड़े। मुझे विश्वास है ये नेशनल हैकेथॉन हमारी गवर्नेंस को और प्रभावी बनाएगा, देशवासियों को मॉडर्न सॉल्यूशंस देगा। और साथियों, आपके अलावा मैं अपनी युवा पीढ़ी को एक और टास्क अलग से देना चाहता हूं। और होमवर्क के दिए बिना बच्चों को काम करने का मजा नहीं आता है। आप सब जानते हैं कि भारत वो देश है जिसने हजारों वर्ष पूर्व ही धरती के बाहर अनंत अंतरिक्ष में देखना शुरू कर दिया था। हमारे यहां सदियों पहले अनुसंधान परंपरा के आर्यभट्ट, ब्रह्मगुप्त, वराहमिहिर और भास्कराचार्य जैसे ऋषि मनीषी हुए थे। जब धरती के आकार को लेकर भ्रम था, तब आर्यभट्ट ने अपने महान ग्रंथ आर्यभट्टीय में धरती के गोलाकार होने के बारे में विस्तार से लिखा था। उन्होंने एक्सिस पर पृथ्वी की रोटेशन और उसकी परिधि की गणना भी लिख दी थी। इसी तरह सूर्य सिद्धांत जैसे ग्रंथों में भी कहा गया है, सर्वत्रैव महिगोले, सर्वत्रैव महिगोले स्वस्थानम उपरि स्थितम मन्यन्ते खेयतो गोलस तस्य क्व ऊर्ध्वं क्व वादः। अर्थात पृथ्वी पर कुछ लोग अपनी जगह को सबसे ऊपर मानते हैं, लेकिन ये गोलाकार पृथ्वी तो आकाश में स्थित है, उसमें ऊपर और नीचे क्या हो सकता है, ये उस समय लिखा गया था। ये तो मैंने सिर्फ एक श्लोक बताया है। ऐसी अनगिनत रचनाएं हमारे पूर्वजों ने लिखी हुई है। सूर्य, चंद्रमा और पृथ्वी के एक दूसरे के बीच में आने से ग्रहण की जानकारी हमारे कितने ही ग्रंथों में लिखी हुई पाई जाती है। पृथ्वी के अलावा अन्य ग्रहों के आकार की गणनाएं, उनके मूवमेंट से जुड़ी जानकारी भी हमारे प्राचीन ग्रंथों में मिलती है। हमने ग्रहों और उपग्रहों की गति को लेकर इतना सूक्ष्म गणनाएं करने की वो काबिलियत हासिल की थी कि हमारे यहां सैकड़ों वर्ष आगे के पंचांग यानी कैलेंडर्स बनाए जाते थे। इसलिए मैं इससे जुड़ा एक टास्क अपनी नई पीढ़ी को देना चाहता हूं, स्कूल कॉलेज के बच्चों को देना चाहता हूं। मैं चाहता हूं कि भारत के शास्त्रों में जो खगोलीय सूत्र है, उन्हें साइंटिफिकली प्रूव करने के लिए नए सिरे से उनके अध्ययन के लिए नई पीढ़ी आगे आए। ये हमारी विरासत के लिए भी जरूरी है और विज्ञान के लिए भी जरूरी है। आज जो स्कूल के, कॉलेज के, यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, रिसर्चर्स हैं, उन पर एक तरह से ये दोहरा दायित्व है। भारत के पास विज्ञान के ज्ञान का जो खजाना है, वो गुलामी के लंबे कालखंड में दब गया है, छिप गया है। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में हमें इस खजाने को भी खंगालना है। उस पर रिसर्च करनी है और दुनिया को भी बताना है। दूसरा दायित्व ये कि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को आज के आधुनिक विज्ञान, आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी को नए आयाम देने हैं। समंदर की गहराइयों से लेकर आसमान की ऊंचाई तक, आसमान की ऊंचाई से लेकर अंतरिक्ष की गहराई तक आपके लिए करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। आप डीप अर्थ को भी देखिए और साथ ही डीप सी को भी एक्सप्लोर करिए। आप नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कंप्यूटर बनाइए और साथ ही जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग में भी अपना सिक्का जमाइए। भारत में आपके लिए नई संभावनाओं के द्वार लगातार खुल रहे हैं। 21वीं सदी के इस कालखंड में जो देश साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में बढ़त बना ले जाएगा, वो देश सबसे आगे बढ़ जाएगा। साथियों, आज बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स कह रहे हैं कि अगले कुछ वर्षों में भारत की स्पेस इंडस्ट्री $8 बिलियन से बढ़कर $16 बिलियन की हो जाएगी। सरकार भी इस बात की गंभीरता को समझते हुए स्पेस सेक्टर में लगातार रिफॉर्म कर रही है। हमारे युवा भी कमर कसकर तैयार है। आपको जानकर सुखद आश्चर्य होगा कि पिछले 4 साल में स्पेस सेक्टर में काम करने वाले स्टार्टअप की संख्या 4 से बढ़कर करीब करीब 150 हो गई है। हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि अनंत आकाश में कितनी अनंत संभावनाएं भारत का इंतजार कर रही हैं। वैसे कुछ दिन बाद 1 सितंबर से माईगॉव हमारे चंद्रयान मिशन को लेकर बहुत बड़ा क्विज कंपटीशन लॉन्च करने वाला है। हमारे देश के स्टूडेंट्स इससे भी शुरुआत कर सकते हैं। मैं देश भर के स्टूडेंट से आग्रह करूंगा कि आप सभी बड़ी संख्या में इससे जुड़े। मेरे परिवारजनों, देश की भावी पीढ़ी को आपका मार्गदर्शन बहुत आवश्यक है। आप जो इतने सारे इंपॉर्टेंट मिशंस पर काम कर रहे हैं, वो आने वाली पीढ़ी ही आगे ले जाने वाली है। आप उन सभी के रोल मॉडल हैं। आपकी रिसर्च और आपकी वर्षों की तपस्या, मेहनत ने साबित किया है कि आप जो ठान लेते हैं वो आप करके दिखाते हैं। देश के लोगों का विश्वास आप पर है और विश्वास कमाना छोटी बात नहीं होती है दोस्तों। आपने अपनी तपस्या से विश्वास कमाया है। देश के लोगों का आशीर्वाद आप पर है। इसी आशीर्वाद की ताकत से, देश के प्रति इसी समर्पण भाव से भारत साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में ग्लोबल लीडर बनेगा। और मैं आपके बीच बड़े विश्वास के साथ बताता हूं। इनोवेशन की हमारी यही स्पिरिट ही 2047 में विकसित भारत के सपने को साकार करेगी। इसी विश्वास के साथ मैं फिर एक बार आप सबके दर्शन करके पावन हुआ हूं। देशवासी गौरव से भरे हुए हैं। सपने बहुत तेजी से संकल्प बन रहे हैं और आपका परिश्रम उन संकल्प को सिद्धि के तक ले जाने के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा बन रहा है। आपको जितनी बधाई दूं कम है, जितना अभिनंदन करूं कम है। मेरी तरफ से करोड़ों करोड़ों देशवासियों की तरफ से दुनिया भर की साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी की तरफ से अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
Very big takeaways from the Prime Minister's speech to Isro that's just wrapped up. The Prime Minister spoke for, a good part of 40 minutes. The Prime Minister ending his speech as he usually does with Bharat Mata Ki Jai. The Prime Minister has announced many things for Isro. Let's just listen to that applause for a minute, then I'll wrap it up for you.
सैल्यूट करना चाहता था।
The Prime Minister just saluted Isro. He just saluted the people of Isro. I want to quickly bring you the big takeaways from the Prime Minister's 40-minute speech to the heroes of the Indian Space Research Organization. The Chandrayaan-3 Vikram lander's landing site has been named Shiv Shakti Point. The Chandrayaan-2, the mission that never succeeded in landing, that landing site where the wreckage of the Chandrayaan-2 landed has been declared as Tiranga Point by the Prime Minister. But the important announcement by the Prime Minister today is that the landing site of the Chandrayaan-3, the one you see on your screen there, has been named Shiv Shakti Point, and that officially becomes the newest named point on the lunar surface. This will, of course, be updated in all the space science records as well. Shiv Shakti Point is India's site on the moon. It's the first landing site in the south pole of the moon. The Prime Minister has also, remember, declared August 23rd, the day when the lander landed on the moon, as National Space Day. It was received with booming applause from the scientists of Isro. National Space Day, August 23rd, declared by the Prime Minister in honor of India's amazing achievement in space on that day, with the Vikram lander landing on the south pole of the moon. So, 3 big announcements by the Prime Minister in a 40-minute speech. He has saluted the courage and the resolve of our space scientists. He's told them that their work goes way beyond just space science. It is their work that benefits everything in this country, from weather prediction to agriculture to the corporate sector to the military and beyond. The Prime Minister putting his hand up and saluting the people of Isro to tell them that it is their courage, their resolve, their grit, their perseverance, their ability to tide over hardship and the pain of failure, like what happened in Chandrayaan-2, even though I would never call that a failure. He says that it is those things that have made Isro what it is today. I'm going to play out for you in just a moment the operative points of what the Prime Minister said. The three big takeaways, the two landing sites, and August 23rd declared as National Space Day. Just listen in once again.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। जब चंद्रयान-2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान-3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान-2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा। इंडिया इज ऑन द मून। We have our national pride placed on the moon. हम वहां पहुंचे जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। हमने वो किया जो पहले कभी किसी ने नहीं किया था। ये आज का भारत है, निर्भीक भारत, जुझारू भारत। मन के इन शुभ संकल्पों को पूरा करने के लिए शक्ति का आशीर्वाद अनिवार्य है, और ये शक्ति हमारी नारी शक्ति है। हमारे यहां कहा गया है, सृष्टि स्थिति विनाशानां शक्ति भूते सनातनी, अर्थात निर्माण से प्रलय तक पूरी सृष्टि का आधार नारी शक्ति ही है। आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को।
23rd of August will be National Space Day. There will be an official announcement, from government accounts as well going forward. So it's spread as information to all parts of the country. But the big talking point today is going to be that the Prime Minister has declared that the Vikram landing site has been named Shiv Shakti Point. Now, Shiv Shakti Point becomes the newest site named on the lunar surface. It has just been revealed by the Prime Minister and will go into the records of places named on the surface of Earth's moon. The Prime Minister also declared that Tiranga is the name of the landing site that was proposed for the Chandrayaan-3. It was never declared at that time because of the last phase of the Chandrayaan-3 mission not quite meeting its objective with a failed landing phase. But he has revealed today that Chandrayaan-2 landing site is named Tiranga. The Prime Minister now has departed Isro and he will be on his way back to the airport very, very shortly to leave and return to Delhi. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is live with me. Naga, Shiv Shakti Point, that's going to be the big talking point today. Shiv Shakti Point and August 23rd as National Space Day. One was expecting that there would be something to share by the Prime Minister, but these have been some, big heavy punches, big announcements by the Prime Minister, Naga.
Absolutely true. In fact, till now, when we wanted to talk about the location of Chandrayaan-3 lander that has landed, we were only giving the latitudes and the longitudes coordinator. We didn't have any name as such. It was a surprise for all of us that Prime Minister would announce it at this point of time. We thought ISRO would tweet it later or so. But Shiv Shakti point being declared where Chandrayaan-3 Vikram lander landed, and Tiranga where Chandrayaan-2 lander crash landed. So big takeaways from today. And also it's about the morale boost as to what can ISRO achieve in the coming further days. Prime Minister spoke about how it has not just encouraged the scientific community in India but globally, and he's received appreciation on behalf of the scientists wherever he goes and whoever he talks to as well. And National Space Day on 23rd of August. Shiv, if you hear his 40-minute of speech, it was not just congratulatory messages to the scientists, but also a future plan about how youth should get into space sector, how the governance can happen through ISRO's coordination, how a hackathon should be encouraged, space hackathon, so that more and more kids, children, youngsters can come in to space sector, and how ISRO can take it forward as well. If I can show you the visuals, I think the Prime Minister convoy is coming out of the ISRO command center, and you can see all the Karyakartas of BJP still assembled here. They have not left the spot as of now. As we speak, you can see all of them behind the barricades. Like protocol, we have been cordoned off as well. Any moment, the Prime Minister who had entered ISRO command center around 7:30 is expected to leave. Yes, Shiv, I can see the visuals right here. The black car of the Prime Minister, that's the Prime Minister. There he is leaving in that car. You can see the Prime Minister sitting in the front seat, Shiv, waving at people, and he's left the ISRO center as we speak. ISRO command center. You can see the Prime Minister waving at people as well, trying to say bye to them, because all of them had come early in the morning from 5 o'clock. All of them have been stationed here because of SPG protocol. They could not come later as such. So officially we have got visual confirmation that the Prime Minister has left ISRO command center as well. We heard both ISRO chairman and ISRO chairman and Prime Minister talk about how there's a historic statement. India is on the moon, and that still gives me goosebumps whenever I hear that statement, because I was there when Mr. Somnath said it so immediately after the soft landing was done. For any space buff or scientific buff, it's a big day. National Space Day announced, and also the lat long, which we knew for moon's landing, has been now declared as Shiv Shakti as well as Tiranga.
Amazing. Shiv Shakti Point, Tiranga Point. Akshita also with us. Akshita was also in Bengaluru on August 23rd. Akshita, it becomes National Space Day, Shiv Shakti Point. what's going through your mind? One wasn't expecting such a barrage of big announcements by the Prime Minister. He totally delivered.
It was worth waking up early in the morning for this shift, that's for sure. 23rd August is a day I'm never going to forget. And I think the nation won't forget now, because every year we're going to mark it as National Space Day, which is so fitting. And I think the Prime Minister, when he got emotional, when he spoke about India being on the moon, like Nagarjun said, essentially echoed what all of us have been feeling for so long and what we've all wanted to express to Isro, that, you got us so emotional, you got us welled up with tears of joy, that moment when Chandrayaan-3 touched down on the moon's surface. So while the Prime Minister wasn't there that day, he was, of course, there virtually. He's touched down today and ensured that he expressed the nation's emotions to the scientists at Isro. And the announcements that he's made, when he's spoken about, pushing forward space exploration, space tech, it's a huge deal, Shiv, because I think as a country now, we're all so in that fervor of space because of Chandrayaan-3. But now what the Prime Minister has done is ensure that we work on that momentum and ensure that, we kind of keep the focus on space tech. There's been a lot of talk internationally about, whether India should be doing this, whether we should be investing in space. The Prime Minister's message is very, very clear that we're going to continue doing so. We're going to continue ensuring that interest, the passion that's kind of, been garnered across the nation right now with Chandrayaan-3 builds up also to much bigger missions for our Isro scientists, because they've proven very clearly they can do it. It's only that backing now that we have to continue providing to them, which the Prime Minister said will 100% be there.
There was a moment where the Prime Minister also kind of choked and got emotional, Akshita. I think we have that soundbite. I'm just going to check with our producers if we have that. The Prime Minister, for a brief moment, his voice broke as he got a little emotional. I need my producers to confirm to me whether we have that moment ready so I can play that out. Do we have that soundbite of the Prime Minister? Okay, okay. Let's just play that out. I want to talk to Akshita about that. Here's when the Prime Minister's voice broke.
आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को।
ये लाल तस्वीर
Akshita, that was an emotional Prime Minister. His voice broke. You could see his lips quiver for a second. It seemed like he was, about to break down. He obviously was overwhelmed by the moment, it seemed like, and I don't blame him. We were all overwhelmed on August the 23rd as well. I know I was in the studio, and I can imagine what it must have been like sitting in front of all those heroes there. And there was a definite amount of emotion in the Prime Minister's speech, also in the naming of the Chandrayaan-2 landing site. The Prime Minister was also there in 2019 and calling it Tiranga. So this is, this goes beyond just, a Prime Minister-ISRO relationship. This was very human, what we saw.
That emotion, Shiv, I think is something we all felt, because I'm not sure about you, but I'm sure most of the viewers also will agree that, that moment when Chandrayaan-3 touched down on the moon surface, all of our eyes welled up. It was with pride, it was with joy for our scientists also, because I think we all felt so terrible after what happened in 2019, that moment when the then ISRO chief, Mr. K. Sivan, had broken down and the Prime Minister hugged him. So that emotion was so real and raw for all of us. The Prime Minister witnessed that firsthand.
Akshita, look at these pictures. Akshita, look at these live pictures of the Prime Minister with Dr. Somnath and an entire constellation, galaxy of ISRO women heroes. The true Shakti of ISRO. Let's listen in. Can we hear some audio?
महिला वैज्ञानिक जिन्होंने लगातार
Okay, no audio yet. Lovely, lovely images of the Prime Minister with the Nari Shakti of ISRO. This is the core of ISRO's strength, viewer. Women make up a large part of the ISRO family. And here is the Prime Minister, the only two men in the room, Prime Minister Modi and Dr. Somnath, the ISRO chairman. Every other person in the room here is a woman scientist of ISRO. All have played an incredible part. You can see Ritu Karidhal, who is part of the Chandrayaan mission, there in the blue sari right in front of the Prime Minister, sitting to his left right now in this picture. Wonderful, wonderful image of the Prime Minister with ISRO's Nari Shakti. These are all senior scientists of ISRO. Many of them are stationed in Bengaluru. Many of them, we are told, have come from other stations of ISRO. I wish we could hear what the Prime Minister is saying. Perhaps there will be some audio in a short while from now. But a lovely, lovely moment, a lovely photo op with the Prime Minister mentioning that Nari Shakti, Akshata. He made it a point to mention Nari Shakti, women power, when he was talking about ISRO. And you've met many of these heroes yourself, Akshata. You're going to be interviewing them once the Chandrayaan-3 mission is completed. But you've met all these wonderful ladies of ISRO. And here's the Prime Minister with them.
The two lucky men in the room, Shiv, because in that room is a bunch of beautiful, supremely intelligent and driven women. I've been speaking to many of them. Look, they're incredibly busy right now with the Pragyan rover. They said, we can't for a second take our eyes away from this mission. So we'll talk to you after when things kind of calm down. So I have a feeling I'll have to wait for about 14 days to actually have that conversation for our viewers. But these women, and I think so many of their pictures are going viral on social media because it's so incredibly inspiring, Shiv, to look at all of these women and to look at what they've achieved for the country. And that picture right there speaks volumes of how many women are a part of ISRO and part of Team Chandrayaan. The associate project director is a woman herself. And I remember speaking to her, asking her, ma'am, do you know you're such an inspiration for so many women out there? She said, no, I'm just doing my job. You know, if that sends out a message, that's great. And that simplicity, that humility that comes from these women, I think that's what's inspired so many people. There are all these pictures of these women in their beautiful saris, you know, sitting in the mission control room, going about their work so nonchalantly. I think that itself is so beautiful in a way, because that picture is what's made the story of these women in ISRO, these women scientists, so incredibly smart, achieved so much, and and you know, they don't really, I think it doesn't hit them as much as it hits us that they've achieved so much. And that's why they're so down to earth, they're so still grounded to their roots, that, you know, they go about their work with absolute simplicity and say, look, we just want to ensure at the end of the day, we do the nation proud and we do our bit for ISRO, for the Indian Space Research Organization. The kind of feeling, Shiv, that you get when you speak to these scientists about the pride that they have, the joy that they have, that they work for ISRO is unmatchable. You know, I remember I was speaking to Dr. Sivan, and he says the day Chandrayaan-2 failed, when it crash landed, we were all very emotional. But that very day, we started working on Chandrayaan-3. And he says that's the beauty of ISRO. You know, that's our spirit. We don't let that kind of emotion bring us down. We immediately started working together again. And we know, of course, of how many women were also a part of that mission, whether it was Chandrayaan-1, Chandrayaan-2, or now Chandrayaan-3.
And, you know, there's been so much social media buzz about this, you know, the sari swag and the superheroes in saris. It's so incredible to actually see this because, you know, these are amazing, amazing people, you know, who come from different parts of the country. I'm very proud to say that much of ISRO is South Indian, like you and me, Akshita, though we may be blamed for being parochial in our coverage, so I apologize for that. But you know, the image is so clear. The image is, you know, one of unity, of diversity, of incredible families who've supported these incredible people, the men and women of ISRO. And for the Prime Minister to especially want this kind of an interaction with the women of ISRO, you know, most of them decked in their beautiful saris, is such a lovely cultural, you know, a cultural message as well, because so much is said, you know, about how driven these women are, but to actually sit there and experience it for yourself must be something else altogether.
Very, very true, Shiv. I'm not going to go into whether they're from the south because I've kind of burnt my fingers on that already. So I'm going to steer away from that conversation.
Yeah.
But I think what makes this so relatable, right? When you look at these pictures or any of the pictures of the women seated out there, they look like our next door neighbors. They look like the woman you'd meet walking down a street. And that's what makes this so relatable. So often now, and I'm glad to see this, the last 1 or 2 weeks, there are so many youngsters out there who will say, my inspiration is these Isro scientists. It's no longer celebrities. These Isro scientists have become celebrity levels and yet so relatable that's what makes this, so much more relatable for people out there who are able to say that, look, these women look just like anyone I'll see in my apartment, in my society, and yet here they are achieving so much, ensuring that they make the nation proud and so humble at the same time. It's a great example, and it's a great thing to aspire towards and to inspire an entire nation, which is why this kind of messaging of the Prime Minister, speaking of Nari Shakti, of the Prime Minister taking the time out also, Shiv, to ensure that, he gets that photo up with all the women of ISRO. It's such an inspiring message for all the women out there to say that, look, you can do what these women have done. There's, always this talk, and every time they talk to women, particularly anyone who's accomplished, there's always a question, how do you balance family? How do you balance home and work? And I'm glad to see that so far that narrative hasn't been kicked off with regards to these ISRO women scientists, because they're doing a stellar job right now as far as, their accomplishments and their contributions to the nation are concerned.
Very, very true. And I'm so taken by some of those things you've said because, in a country which asks different questions of women as it does men, these women of ISRO have set, such an incredible, powerful, inimitable example for, for young men and women, for children, a new generation of Indians who are going to be looking at these amazing, amazing people and thinking, I can do that as well. I can strive to be where these women are. They're each one of them scientists, engineers, technologists, people on the very cutting edge of science. It is the contribution of women like these at ISRO that have ensured that the Chandrayaan mission cost just over 600 crore rupees, $75 million, way less than many Hollywood and Bollywood blockbusters. There is a social media sensation over what ISRO has achieved. And let me just tell you that what these images capture for you on your screen right now is at least one half of ISRO's strength. These are people who are every bit as plugged into and contributing to ISRO's success as their male counterparts. They are not adjuncts. They are not assisting in any capacity. These are the people at the cutting edge. When you enter an institution or an organization like ISRO, whether you're male or female, almost ceases to exist. And that is the message that is going out from this. That is how inspiring it is going to be for an entire generation of young Indians who will no doubt be inspired by Chandrayaan-3's landing, but will also be inspired by these amazing women, these amazing superheroes in saris who have not only given their entire lives to science. And that's the reason why the Prime Minister said, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan, victory to science and victory to research. But also that it sends out a cultural message about the status of women in India, that the country is changing and that the people you don't normally see every day on television or on social media, those are people who should also be visible as they are now. And, I have a feeling this is going to be on the front pages of every newspaper tomorrow, Akshita. The Prime Minister with the ISRO people is one thing, but this beautiful, colorful image with all these women, this is the photo op of today, Akshita. Agree with me?
100%. To me, most definitely, Shiv. I know many would say that, all the ISRO scientists were there, the Prime Minister's interacting with them, but I always love a photo op where it's all women and the Prime Minister is there ensuring he sends out that message of Nari Shakti because it means so much. And the Prime Minister has done this repeatedly. You look at ISRO right now, you pointed out a very important message there about how they don't really discriminate. It's a workplace. Everyone's doing their bit. Everyone's contributing. These are some of the smartest women in the country right now in that picture. And it's so important that, we highlight how the Prime Minister has taken the time out to ensure he sends out a message to these Isro women scientists that we all as a nation appreciate everything that they do, that we all as a nation identify how they've reached the spot that they have with sheer intellect, with the kind of work that they've done. And they've let their work speak, essentially. All of these women, I can assure you, Shiv, are incredibly media shy, are incredibly, they like to stay away from the spotlight. And most of the scientists are like that. They kind of like, let me do what I'm good at, which is working. And that's what you see with these women scientists as well. None of them want to get credit. None of them are saying, look, you know my story. None of that. They're at the backdrop. They're working constantly year-round. Last 2 weeks, we've been speaking about them. But from 2019, they've been working on Chandrayaan-3 alone, Shiv. They're now getting the engine rolling on the next one as well.
Yeah.
So the amount of work that goes in, I'm glad that at least for 2 weeks, we're talking about that and putting the focus on these women scientists, because otherwise they hardly get their due. And because, they're not one of those bombastic, speak out loud, we'd go ahead and show our contributions. It gets kind of hidden beneath all of, the photo ops that we see. So it's a great message that the Prime Minister is really sending out here.
Lovely, lovely message. And it's going to be so memorable because nobody's going to forget in a hurry, who these women are and what they represent. And I think that's the importance of a picture. What you're seeing in motion unfolding here at the Isro headquarters, is culture in motion. This is messaging in motion. It's multi-layered. It sends out all kinds of signals to people from all parts of the country and all parts of the world about what India is really all about. Akshita, I'm going to let you go for the moment, but I do know, and with this last question to you, is that all of the people we've seen in these images, they're probably back at the command center now, aren't they? The interaction with Modi is done. The Prime Minister is about to leave from Bengaluru. Back they go into the lab to check up on Pragyan and Vikram.
Very true, Shiv. The Prime Minister started off his address talking about inconvenience, saying, I've got all of you up early in the morning, sitting here with me with the mission control room. I have a feeling that all of these scientists were already there anyway, tracking rover Pragyan. So it was just a momentary shift from their duties to meet the Prime Minister, which is also so extremely crucial at this time because they get a sense of how the nation is feeling. And then it's back to the job because as they've said, they've had sleepless nights for the last 40 days since Chandrayaan-3 took off to the skies. And now next 14 days, still no rest for them. So they're continuing to work hard. And then September 2nd, Aditya L1 takes off. So there's no time to rest whatsoever for them.
Everyone needs reminding about that. Akshita, thanks so much for that perspective. This has been such a beautiful start to the day. These images are so overwhelming, so heartening. They send out such a lovely message of reassurance about the government support for an institution, for an organization that that has meant so much to people all across the country. A sense of belonging for people who have nothing to do with the space program or science, have felt really proud to be Indian. And there's no putting a price tag on something like that. I want to just recap for you some of the big announcements. The images are one thing. The big announcements by the Prime Minister are another. The Prime Minister made it a point during his speech at Isro that got over just a short while ago to name the landing spots on the lunar surface of the Chandrayaan-3 as well as the Chandrayaan-2. The big story, by far the biggest story today, of course, is that the Prime Minister has named the Chandrayaan-3 landing spot Shiv Shakti Point. Shiv Shakti Point is already trending on social media. That is the new landing site where the Vikram lander landed on August the 23rd. The Prime Minister also said that a site had been thought of, a name for a site had been thought of during the Chandrayaan-2 mission in 2019, but since the landing had not been executed as expected and as anticipated, they did not name that point then. But given this week's success with Chandrayaan-3, it has been decided to declare that where the Chandrayaan-2's footprints were on the moon, that's being named the Tiranga Point. So very emotional, Shiv Shakti Point and Tiranga Point, the two big announcements made by the Prime Minister. Listen in once again in case you missed that announcement.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। जब चंद्रयान-2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान-3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान-2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा।
And I want to get in some reactions that are coming in from our political class. Nalin Kohli, senior leader of the BJP, is with us live. Mr. Kohli, good morning. First of all, congratulations on the amazing work that Isro has done. A day of pride for all of us. The Prime Minister making many big announcements. Shiv Shakti Point, August 23rd, declared as National Space Day. Nalin.
It's a matter of immense pride, national pride, happiness, satisfaction, and credit to our scientific community that they worked and through the decades have brought India to a point where we could have done something.
Yeah.
And then under Prime Minister Modi's government from 2014 onwards, a lot of effort and focus coming from the Prime Minister, the government on space in terms of launches, in terms of launching other nations' satellites, in terms of Mangalyaan, then Chandrayaan-2, and now Chandrayaan-3, which has made it. So it's a matter of great pride for us. And I think what the Honorable Prime Minister has done today, by going straight to Isro, he was there out of the country, attending the BRICS summit. He went to Greece, the Prime Minister going after several decades. And his first priority on landing was to be with the entire Isro team to celebrate this momentous achievement, to be there and to set forward a path for them to achieve greater heights. And I think it's credit to Isro, and it's a matter of great happiness for them that no less than the Honorable Prime Minister makes it his first priority on landing back to India to be there among them, which he couldn't be there directly, personally, to witness this historic moment. So I think we should celebrate this. And going ahead, I think better times exist for us in terms of space work, space technology, and further launches and such kind of scientific achievements.
Nalin Kohli, thank you very much for speaking to India today. Big reception for the Prime Minister's many announcements. August 23rd, National Space Day, goes into India's annual calendar and the world space calendar, really, because that marks the day when the South Pole became something within human reach, courtesy Isro, of course. Nagarjun Dwarkanath continues to be with me from outside the Isro Center in Bengaluru. Naga, the Prime Minister has, is he still there or has he left? We just saw those beautiful images of the Prime Minister, with the Nari Shakti of Isro as well, Naga.
Well, that's true. He appreciated the women, especially in ISRO team, because They also lead the mission here. In fact, Assistant Project Director is Kalpana. She also is a part of the core team of Chandrayaan-3. And as we speak, the Prime Minister is just 3-4 minutes away from the HL airport to depart to Delhi. He has not gotten off the car or out of the convoy anywhere else because of the traffic protocol. Is not got down. He'll be reaching HL airport for his departure in another 3 minutes is what we are told. He's almost close to the airport. But big takeaways is how he encouraged the women of ISRO as well, and then patted their back. Not just the chairman, but he also spoke about how each and every team member were quite crucial about Chandrayaan-3 and what next should we do from ISRO, and how should the youngsters get encouraged from this. The morale should be taken forward. Chandrayaan-3 was a success, but it can't stop here. We already have Aditya 1 and then Jupiter. What next for ISRO is the big question. For that, the vision is for next 25 to 30 years. Not just today's youngster, but kids and children who are in school have to be encouraged to be interested in, to talk about space, to learn about space, and then put them in an organization like ISRO, so that both it's a win-win situation as well. We saw the Prime Minister getting emotional. He saluted the scientists. Of course, you and I have been following ISRO for the last few years as well. We also got emotional the moment the Chandrayaan-3 did a soft landing. We have all been waiting for, and the Prime Minister has been lucky enough to get briefed directly from the ISRO chairman as to what is the procedure, how did the ramp come down, what is the experiments that are carrying out on the payloads right now, and what data are we getting. All of this first-hand information was given to the Prime Minister. Initially, it was the 3 people who received him, the director of ISTRAC, that is the command center, Mr. Somnath, as well as the project director, Veera Muthuvel. All of them greeted him and gave him a souvenir, a Chandrayaan-3 lander souvenir, as well as the framed photograph of the moon surface, the lander, the first photograph taken by the lander, and then the rover himself. These are historic moments because these photographs are taken from a place where no human has ever put a step, and India truly is lucky to be on the south pole of the moon today.
Really an incredible day. Naga, stay with me. I want to play out one more chunk of what the Prime Minister said. Even an even bigger thing. I mean, Shiv Shakti Point has been named where the Vikram lander landed on August the 23rd. But August the 23rd has been declared by the Prime Minister as National Space Day. And this is going to have far-reaching implications for India and the world, because on August 23rd, there will be events going forward courtesy ISRO. Now, listening to the Prime Minister making that big announcement and listening to the reaction from the ISRO.
हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को निरंतर प्रेरणा मिलती रहे, इसके लिए एक और निर्णय लिया गया है। 23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा।
So August 23rd, Nagarjun, now becomes like almost like the biggest day in the ISRO calendar. National Space Day declared by the Prime Minister. Many were actually hoping that something like this would be announced. What better day to be declared as National Space Day than the day when India made history on the moon?
That's true. In fact, the impact you'll know it, Shiv, after a few years as well. Every school will be celebrating National Space Day. Yeah. Every one of us would be celebrating National Space Day. And imagine the amount of experiments people would come out and get together and do. The planetariums in India would be having heavy footfalls on such days. I'm just quite excited about what would happen, because India being such a large nation, imagine the talent pool that we have and knowledge that we have, and especially after data comes out of the lunar surface, what exactly is the lunar rocks, lunar soil made up of, we'll have much more wider range of knowledge as to what could be done next. For all I know, in next few years, I'm sure there's something being planned that will again go back to lunar surface, and this time around will bring back the soil. Even that machine is not far away, is what I'm told. It's still on very preliminary basis in an ideation stage, but India is very keen on doing that as well, because China has already done it. It has bought back 1.7 kilograms of lunar soil. And why not India? We have already done successful landing. The only thing is successful takeoff from the lunar surface. I'm sure in the coming years, with having National Space Day as such, these are such projects which gets encouraged because of such days.
Very true. And remember, taking off from the lunar surface is going to be a prerequisite for the Gaganyaan mission, and that is something that Isro is now bursting with confidence. After executing Chandrayaan-3, they are bursting with confidence. They've got the momentum, they've got the tailwind, they've got the political support, they've got the Modi mantra behind them as well. And Isro couldn't be bristling with more confidence and energy right now to go ahead and achieve that next big step. Not just with Gaganyaan, but also with Aditya L1. Because on September the 2nd, mind you, Isro will be blasting off towards the sun. They obviously won't be going all the way to the sun, but about 150 million kilometers from the Earth is where this particular spacecraft called the Aditya L1 will be headed to conduct India's first space study of the sun, the star at the center of our solar system. I want to just quickly recap for you what today has looked like since early this morning when the Prime Minister arrived. He got to the Isro Center. He was welcomed there. There was an exchange of gifts and framed pictures of those iconic photographs. The Prime Minister was briefed on the Pragyan and the Vikram, and then he made his speech. In a moment, I'm just going to play out for you, a lovely moment where the Prime Minister got very emotional and choked. I want to play that bit out for you because he saluted Isro and then he got emotional and broke down. That is one of those moments that has already gone viral and is being spoken about. This was the human side of the Prime Minister with the people of Isro. Take a look at this wonderful moment. Enjoy it. Here's Prime Minister face to face with Isro.
आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को।
And the Prime Minister has arrived at the HAL airport in Bengaluru and he'll be leaving after what has been a beautiful, emotional, very culturally significant morning with the heroes, the men and women of Isro. And we will continue to show you these big pictures, get you the big reactions here on India Today. Thanks for watching our coverage, but the news doesn't stop. It continues with our coverage of what's happening at Isro right after this break. Stay with us.
There's never been a G20 presidency like this. I have covered several G20 events, traveled for those, and we've kind of set a new bar with all the dhol and the tamasha and the serious work that we have done. The fact that we will have this event happen here also provides for an opportunity where people are able to talk freely and generate ideas, which is what precisely this entire event is going to be all about.
This week, we're giving you a lowdown on exactly how the world is fighting the battle of the bunch. Obesity and weight problems is driving an entire industry of weight loss pills and shaping our diets. We're having that conversation in this episode of Health 360. Watch the show at these times only on India Today television.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 31 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 30 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India prepares for the G20 summit. Xi, Biden to attend. Putin to skip the summit. G20 showcases India to the world. India, voice of the global south. Security beefed up at key installations. All this and more at these times in G20 powerhouse in India, the Vishwaguru. Only on India Today.
And we have some breaking news just coming in. The Bharatiya Janata Party is now targeting the Congress after naming of the lunar spot. The BJP says the Prime Minister has put India first. UPA put family first. UPA would call spots Indra and Rajiv points is what the BJP has said in an attack, a renewed attack against the Congress party as far as politics over Chandrayaan-3 and the landing of the Vikram lander and the rolling out of the rover is concerned. Remember, Prime Minister has named the point where Vikram landed the Shiv Shakti point. The BJP says that had this been the Congress, they would have called it Indra or Rajiv points. That's the attack from the Bharatiya Janata Party. BJP Shehzad Poonawalla has in fact put out that tweet. Shehzad, you've spoken about the fact that the Prime Minister chose to call Chandrayaan-2 crash landing site as Tiranga and the Chandrayaan-3's landing or Vikram's landing site as the Shiv Shakti point. You say that the Congress would have done so, otherwise they would have named it after the Gandhis?
Isn't it obvious, Neha, that the first time the moon orbiter landed via the Chandrayaan-1, the Congress party, which is so endowed to one family and its bhakti, named that point after Jawaharlal Nehru, and they called it Jawahar Point. And now contrast this with the Prime Minister, when Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 have left their footmarks on the moon, and Chandrayaan-3 especially with the Vikram lander landing on the south side of the moon for the first time in the history of humankind. We have renamed it, or we have named those points as Tiranga Point and Shiv Shakti Points. Both those points are a tribute to the national resolve and the national pride of this country. Even the lander, by the way, Sneha, which touched down upon the south side of the moon, is called Vikram lander. It's not called Atal lander. It's not called Modi lander. This is the difference. Prime Minister Modi's every breath is for this country, and the first family of the UPA took every decision for the first family. Therefore, they name things only after one family. Even on the moon, the naming happens after one family. I mean, are you saying that there were no Isro greats that they could have named the point after? Are you telling me there was nobody else they could have named it after? I mean, I'm just glad that it wasn't UPA during Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3. Who knows? They would have named it Indira Point, Rajiv Point, Priyanka Point, Rahul Point, Robert Point. This is the mindset of the UPA, and this is the approach of Modi, that Modi ji renames or names it after Tiranga, names it after Shiv Shakti.
Azad, I'm going to thank you for the moment for joining us. We'll, of course, also want to get a word from the Congress party on what you've really said, and you rightly have in fact pointed out about the naming of the point where Chandrayaan-1 landed as the Jawahar point. And would the Congress have done anything more different is the question that the BJP is asking. The Congress would not have, is what the BJP says. They would have named it after the Gandhis, after Rajiv Gandhi, or perhaps Indira Gandhi, is what BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla has said. We're getting you all the details, and that's the big story today, the Shiv Shakti Point, and that's the name where Vikram lander made a soft landing on the south pole, the dark side of the moon, rolling out the Pragyan rover. And that's a big development with Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying indeed that this is going to be the Shiv Shakti Point. Leader of the Congress party, Rashid Alvi, is also now joining us. Rashid Alvi, the BJP says that the Congress would have not done anything different. You named the point where Chandrayaan-1 landed as the Jawahar point. Look at what Prime Minister has done. He's called it the Shiv Shakti point. This speaks volumes of the fact that the Congress does worship of the Gandhi Parivar, is what the BJP has said.
You know, it is laughable. How can, who has given this right to Narendra Modi ji to make any namikaran at the surface of a moon? It is laughable. The entire world will laugh. We have landed. It is very good. We are proud of it, no doubt in it. But it is. I don't think that we are not the owner of moon. We are not the owner of that point, because Bharatiya Janata Party is in habit to do all this. Since they have come in power, they have been changing names of...
Chronicle, Mr. Alvi, I'm going to ask you, because when the Congress was in power, they named the point where Chandrayaan-1 landed as the Jawahar point. That's the contention. They are saying that the Prime Minister has not named it after, say, like an Atal Bihari Vajpayee, or himself for that matter, is what the BJP is saying. When you were in power, you also named the point as Jawahar point.
You know, Jawaharlal Nehru, you can't compare Jawaharlal Nehru. He was the... whatever Isro is, it is only because of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. In 1962, it was only Vikram Sarabhai and Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru who has established this Isro. So, basically, you can say that Pandit Nehru was the founder of all this. That is absolutely a different thing. But now what Modi ji is doing, he is trying to politicize it.
I want to ask you, by naming it Shiv Shakti Point, how is the Prime Minister trying to politicize it is my question. And also, a hypothetical question, but I'll come to my hypothetical question later. First of all, please tell me, how is the Prime Minister trying to politicize this? Okay, Rashid Alvi is not with us. He seems to have disconnected that line, but the fact is that the Prime Minister has named this as the Shiv Shakti Point. The BJP says, had the Congress been in power, they would have named it after after Rajiv Gandhi, or perhaps Indira Gandhi, is what BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla has said. The Congress says, who has given the right to the Prime Minister to name this as the Shiv Shakti Point, is what the Congress is saying in its defense. The Prime Minister today felicitated ISRO scientists. The Prime Minister visited the ISRO Command Center in Bengaluru. While addressing the ISRO scientists, he turned emotional. He congratulated ISRO scientists on the successful descent of the lander of Chandrayaan-3 on the surface of the moon. The Prime Minister announced the touchdown point of Chandrayaan-3 moon lander is going to be known as Shiv Shakti, and Chandrayaan-2 point will be called Tiranga. He's also announced 23rd of August as the National Space Day. ISRO Chief S. Somnath briefed the Prime Minister about the details of the rover Pragyan and lander Vikram during their interaction in Bengaluru. ISRO Chief also gifted the Prime Minister a Vikram lander miniature, a Vikram picture taken by Chandrayaan-2, the rover Pragyan rollout picture and the rover Pragyan on moon photograph there.
आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को। इंडिया इज ऑन द मून। We have our national pride placed on the moon. हम वहां पहुंचे जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। हमने वो किया जो पहले कभी किसी ने नहीं किया था। ये आज का भारत है, निर्भीक भारत, जुझारू भारत। चंद्रयान-3 में देश ने, हमारी महिला वैज्ञानिकों ने, देश की नारी शक्ति ने कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट सदियों तक भारत के इस वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक चिंतन का साक्षी बनेगा।
Prime Minister, though away, he joined us live to greet us, to congratulate us, to be with us. And thank you so much for your presence during such a historic day. You promised us that you will come and meet us on that day. And you are here. And thank you so much for your gracious presence today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was in Bengaluru to meet and greet ISRO scientists, announced new names for Chandrayaan landing spots. The spot where the moon lander of Chandrayaan-3 landed will be called the Shiv Shakti Point. Explaining the rationale, the Prime Minister said Shiv stood for the resolve for the welfare of humanity. Shakti stood for the strength to fulfill this resolve. The Prime Minister also named the spot on the moon where Chandrayaan-2 left its imprint as Tiranga Point. Says they plan to name both the spots after the success of Chandrayaan-3 instead of naming the spot back in 2019.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। शिव में मानवता के कल्याण का संकल्प समाहित है और शक्ति से हमें उन संकल्पों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य मिलता है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी से जुड़े होने का बोध कराता है। जब चंद्रयान-2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान-3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान-2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा।
ISRO released first video after the successful landing of the rover Pragyan on the moon. The stunning video shows the rover Pragyan ramping down from the lander Vikram on the moon. Pragyan rover is going to collect samples and data from the unexplored region. Here is a detailed report.
Like a trailblazer forging a path through uncharted territory. Pragyan rover emerges from the safety of its lunar nest. Ramps down from the Vikram lander and sets out on an unprecedented journey. Traversing the moon's ancient scars, Pragyan grabs the lunar data, pulse by pulse, the unexplored treasures buried in the south pole of our cosmic neighbor. Armed with a primary mission to unlock the mysteries of the moon's geology, its composition and history.
See, when such an event takes place, especially like a landing, it is like a rocket launch. No, rocket launch also hundreds and thousands of events takes place, measurements and complex functionality do happen. So it is similar to that. So we were all waiting for the things to happen as nominally planned, but excited.
Pragyan and Vikram to complete their mission in 2 weeks. The amount of time for which sunlight will be available near the moon's south pole. After 14 days, the lander and the rover likely to lose power. As Earth watches from afar, Chandrayaan-3's Pragyan climbs lunar hills, its rocky valleys. The Indian lens on the moon's surface proves that challenges are but stepping stones to scientific triumph. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, after taking a walk on the moon, ISRO is ready with its next mission. After conquering the moon, ISRO's next goal is the sun. Aditya L1 mission is going to be launched on the 2nd day of September. It will be a lot more challenging than Chandrayaan-3. Aditya L1 will be the first space-based Indian mission to study the sun. Here's more.
जी हाँ, अब हम साइन ब्रेकिंग वेव के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण की। जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
India conquered Moon and became the first country to explore Moon's south pole. Now, India is all set to make history one more time. After Moon, Isro is heading towards the Sun. Isro is gearing up for Aditya L1 mission. The solar mission launched is scheduled on September 2nd. Aditya L1 mission is more challenging than Mission Moon. It will cover a lot more distance than Chandrayaan-3. Spacecraft Aditya L1 will travel the distance of 1.5 million kilometers, which is about 4 times farther than the Moon. Aditya L1 will be placed into a halo orbit. Aditya L1 will be able to view the Sun without any eclipses.
ये काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग मिशन है। आदित्य चंद्रयान मिशन भी काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग मिशन था। जी। क्योंकि उसका जो चैलेंज था वो डिफरेंट था, लेकिन एट द एंड आपको मून पे लैंड कराना है। चंद्रयान 3 सरफेस मिल रहा था। यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट है, इट्स जस्ट एन काइंड ऑफ इट्स जस्ट अ फिक्स्ड पॉइंट इन द स्पेस।
The spacecraft will carry 7 payloads. 4 payloads will directly view the Sun, and the remaining 3 payloads will carry out InSight studies of particles and fields around the Sun. Aditya L1 will be the first space-based Indian mission to study the Sun. The countdown to Mission Sun has officially begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here. What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number 1, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well. Extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree, the sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know, it has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms, like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well. we're giving you a lowdown on exactly how the world is fighting the battle of the bunch. Obesity and weight problems is driving an entire industry of weight loss pills and shaping our diets. We're having that conversation in this episode of Health 360. Watch the show at these times only on India Today television.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 112. In Mumbai, 24. In Kolkata, 71. In Bengaluru, 37. In Chennai, 37. In Hyderabad, 73.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
India prepares for the G20 summit. Xi, Biden to attend. Putin to skip the summit. G20 showcases India to the world. India, voice of the global south. Security beefed up at key installations. All this and more at these times in G20 powerhouse in India, the Vishwa Guru. Only on India Today.
Watching India Today.
जय विज्ञान विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान। सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता हूं। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, इस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा।
Big announcement from Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. Lander Vikram's landing spot on the moon is the Shiva Shakti point, says the Prime Minister. We're getting you all details on that big story up ahead on the show. A very good morning. I'm Sneha Murdani. The top stories first. Prime Minister Modi names Lander Vikram's landing spot on the moon a Shiv Shakti point, says crash landing spot of Chandrayaan-2 to be called the Tiranga point.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा।
The Prime Minister gets emotional as he lauded the Isro heroes, chokes while praising monumental feat, says 23rd of August will now be the National Space Day.
सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को।
Luxury car smashes into an oil tanker. Tanker driver and his assistant killed. Tobacco tycoon Vivek Malu under scanner, but businessman's lawyer says he can't even drive. Uttar Pradesh teacher gives a lesson in hate and bigotry, asking student to hit a Muslim classmate. Chorus drove to sack the teacher, arrest her. Congress says seeds of hate have been sowed by the BJP. Some sporting action. Indian shuttler HS Pranoy beats world number 1 Victor Alexson in the quarterfinal of the World Badminton Championships. Pranoy assures India of a medal.
Oh, this has landed in.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was in Bengaluru to meet and greet Isro scientists, announced new names for Chandrayaan landing spots. The spot where the moon lander of Chandrayaan-3 landed will be called the Shiv Shakti point. Explaining the rationale, the Prime Minister said Shiv stood for resolve for the welfare of humanity and Shakti stood for the strengthening to fulfill that resolve. The Prime Minister also named the spot on the moon where Chandrayaan-2 left its imprints as the Tiranga spot. Says they plan to name both the spots after the success of Chandrayaan-3 instead of naming the spot back in 2019.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। शिव में मानवता के कल्याण का संकल्प समाहित है और शक्ति से हमें उन संकल्पों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य मिलता है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी से जुड़े होने का बोध कराता है। जब चंद्रयान-2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान-3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान-2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा।
Sagai Raj is getting us more details on that story, joining us from Bengaluru right now. Important announcement, Sagai, made by the Prime Minister today. Give us a sense of the mood really in Isro, given that everybody is just so proud of what our scientists have achieved. The Prime Minister has declared 23rd of August as the National Space Day as well. He's made a couple of other important announcements too.
Absolutely. Prime Minister was quite happy with the ISRO's performance when it comes to Chandrayaan-3. So he has named the point where the lander has landed as Shiv Shakti Point, and he has also declared August 23rd, the day when it is landed, as a National Space Day. Apart from that, he has also spoke about the achievement of ISRO in the past, especially in Chandrayaan-2, and when he had visited in 2019 to Bengaluru when it was supposed to land. And he has also said that he had decided to name the point, but at that point of time it was not successful, and probably this 4 years have made the scientists more robust and active to ensure that this particular landing happens. And even when he was in airport, he has categorically said that he is not here to address the public gathering. His heart is beating to meet the scientists over in ISRO, and immediately left from airport. So this clearly shows that he was also excited to meet them, and he was also eagerly waiting to address them. And even the scientists as well as the employees at ISRO were quite happy when he made these kind of announcement during his speech.
No, Sagai, because everybody is excited as to what India really wants to achieve and do in the next few days. As far as the space missions are concerned, a lot is being spoken about. As far as Aditya L is also concerned, our next mission is to the sun.
Absolutely, there are several missions including Aditya, Mangalyaan-2 and Gaganyaan, where everything is in the pipeline, and probably it will be a cakewalk for ISRO to get sanctions from the government after the success of Chandrayaan-2. And when you're talking about Gaganyaan, where already the astronauts are undergoing training in Bengaluru, and they have also undergone training in Russia, and that is also in pipeline, and Mangalyaan-2 is also anytime soon. So what we also get to learn from the scientists is that even they are preparing for Aditya reaching out to the sun, and now all concentration on Chandrayaan-3 where the landing has happened. And ever since the day which has landed, they have only 14 days from that particular day to collect all the data, do research and collect the soil sample and everything. So rover has been deployed on that work. Rover is doing its job, and probably for next 14 days all the scientists will be busy on the same.
I'm just going to come back to you, Sagai, in a moment from now. Sagai Raj, of course, was talking to us about the next big plans as far as Isro is concerned. And guess what? After the moon, India intends to do a detailed study of the sun. A moonwalk first. Isro is ready with its next mission, and it's called Aditya. After conquering the moon, Isro's next goal is Aditya L1 mission, which is going to be launched on the 2nd of September. It will be a lot more challenging than Chandrayaan-3. Aditya L1 is going to be the first space-based Indian mission to study the sun. Here is a detailed report.
हम साइन ब्रेकिंग वेव के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण से, जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
India conquered moon and became the first country to explore moon's south pole. Now, India is all set to make history one more time. After moon, Isro is heading towards the sun. Isro is gearing up for Aditya L1 mission. The solar mission launched is scheduled on September 2nd. Aditya L1 mission is more challenging than mission moon. It will cover a lot more distance than Chandrayaan-3. Spacecraft Aditya L1 will travel the distance of 1.5 million kilometers, which is about 4 times farther than the moon. Aditya L1 will be placed into a halo orbit. Aditya L1 will be able to view the sun without any eclipses.
ये काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग मिशन है।
आदित्य
चंद्रयान मिशन भी काफ़ी चैलेंजिंग मिशन था, क्योंकि उसका जो चैलेंज था वो डिफरेंट था, लेकिन एट द एंड आपको मून पे लैंड कराना है। चंद्रयान-3
सरफेस मिल रहा था,
यहाँ पर एक पॉइंट है, इट्स जस्ट एन काइंड ऑफ, इट्स जस्ट अ फिक्स्ड पॉइंट इन द स्पेस।
The spacecraft will carry 7 payloads. 4 payloads will directly view the sun, and the remaining 3 payloads will carry out InSight studies of particles and fields around the sun. Aditya L1 will be the first space-based Indian mission to study the sun. The countdown to Mission Sun has officially begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
This morning, the Prime Minister felicitated ISRO scientists. Prime Minister Modi visited the ISRO Command Centre in Bengaluru. At this centre, while addressing the ISRO scientists, Prime Minister turned emotional. He congratulated ISRO scientists on the successful descent of the lander of Chandrayaan-3 on the surface of the moon. The Prime Minister announced the touchdown point of Chandrayaan-3. The moon lander will be known as Shiv Shakti, and the Chandrayaan-2 point is going to be called the Tiranga point. He also announced 23rd of August as the National Space Day. ISRO Chief S. Somnath briefed the Prime Minister about the details of the rover Pragyan and lander Vikram during their interaction in Bengaluru. The ISRO Chief also gifted the Prime Minister a Vikram lander miniature. The Vikram picture taken by Chandrayaan-2, the rover Pragyan rollout picture, and the rover Pragyan on the moon photo.
आप सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता था। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को। इंडिया इज ऑन द मून। We have our national pride placed on the moon. हम वहां पहुंचे जहां कोई नहीं पहुंचा था। हमने वो किया जो पहले कभी किसी ने नहीं किया था। ये आज का भारत है, निर्भीक भारत, जुझारू भारत। चंद्रयान-3 में देश ने, हमारी महिला वैज्ञानिकों ने, देश की नारी शक्ति ने कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट सदियों तक भारत के इस वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक चिंतन का साक्षी बनेगा।
Prime Minister, though away, he joined us live to greet us, to congratulate us, to be with us. And thank you so much for your presence during such a historic day. You promised us that you will come and meet us on that day. And you are here. And thank you so much for your gracious presence today.
He also held a special interaction with women scientists of Isro during his Bengaluru visit. He hailed women scientists, saying that they played a major role in Chandrayaan-3's success. Says Nari Shakti was heralding India's scientific progress.
मन के इन शुभ संकल्पों को पूरा करने के लिए शक्ति का आशीर्वाद अनिवार्य है, और ये शक्ति हमारी नारी शक्ति है। हमारे यहां कहा गया है, सृष्टि स्थिति विनाशानाम शक्ति भूते सनातनी, अर्थात निर्माण से प्रलय तक पूरी सृष्टि का आधार नारी शक्ति ही है। चंद्रयान-3 में देश ने, हमारी महिला वैज्ञानिकों ने, देश की नारी शक्ति ने कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट सदियों तक भारत के इस वैज्ञानिक और दार्शनिक चिंतन का साक्षी बनेगा।
Getting in all the details as to what really transpired early morning when Prime Minister straight from Greece landed in Bengaluru to felicitate and greet Isro scientists who've done the country proud as far as space missions like Chandrayaan-3, for example, is concerned, has felicitated them, and also today made special reference to Nari Shakti, or the strength that women scientists at Isro have brought to several of these projects that have done India just so proud. We have some news just coming in. Politics over Prime Minister Narendra Modi's meeting with Isro heroes, with the Congress now slamming the Prime Minister's roadshow. Maharashtra Congress indicates or says scientists should have been included. Scientists ignored in the Bengaluru roadshow is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi is what the Congress is now saying.
वैज्ञानिकों का तो अभिनंदन करना चाहिए। अगर पंतप्रधान वैज्ञानिकों के अभिनंदन करने के लिए जाते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से हमें उसका अभिमान रहा। दूसरी बात, रोड शो में अगर वैज्ञानिकों को साथ में लेकर करते तो वैज्ञानिकों का योगदान इस देश में जो चंद्रयान-3 का यशस्वी प्रयोग हुआ, ये इसमें हम देश का मान और शान बढ़ी। इसमें हिस्सा जो लिया है, जो उनका योगदान है, जिसको हम कहेंगे कि जिनका अपार कष्ट है उनको साथ में लेकर रोड शो होता तो बहुत खुशी की बात होती।
Getting us more details on that story. Dev, the Prime Minister today, yes, held a roadshow, but the fact is that he spent time with ISRO scientists, has felicitated them, has spoken about Nari Shakti, also announced that 23rd of August is going to be the National Space Day, named the point Shiv Shakti Point, and hailed the contribution of these brilliant men and women at ISRO. But the Congress says not enough. He should have involved them in the roadshow as well. This was a political roadshow.
Well, yes, Neha. It is indeed a very historic and a proud moment for the entire country because of the feat that we have achieved in the field of space. But however, politics seems to have erupted, and the controversy seems to have been lit up by none other than Congress leader of opposition in Maharashtra, a leader called Vijay Wadetiwar, who has questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi's activity of wanting to do a road show in Bengaluru all the way till the ISRO headquarters, minus the scientists, because he said, the Congress leader said that all of this is good, but at a time when the scientists have had a very key significant role to play, and because of their immense contribution we've been able to achieve this feat. What is the point of doing a road show full of pomp without really including the scientists? They are the one responsible, they are the backbone of the entire Chandrayaan-3 program. So they said that here also BJP and Narendra Modi are only trying to further their agenda, but at a time where due credit needs to be given to the scientists and the entire fraternity who was involved in the program to make it a success, they were not included. He also went on to say that Janta dekh rahi hai, which is what the audience is smart enough to understand and observe everything, and what he indirectly hinted at is that all of this will come in at a time when the voting season is just about to happen. So basically, the Indian audiences will actually remember whether Modi is doing all of this just for pomp and show, or he really cares about the people who were involved in the contribution of this wonderful space program. So once again, politics has erupted, and this Congress leader is under fire for his comments against the Indian Prime Minister, connecting to the road show all the way to ISRO, where he went to felicitate and congratulate the space scientists that were involved in the success of Chandrayaan-3, Sneha.
All right, I'm just going to, in fact, come back to you in a moment from now. Dev Kotak is getting asked all of those details. Well, this is the Congress party saying that why not have ISRO scientists also on this particular road show? Why did the Prime Minister have this road show alone? Remember, we're talking about an entire morning with the Prime Minister spent time with the scientists at ISRO and felicitated them and hailed their contribution. Okay, now Karnataka's capital of Bengaluru was filled with zeal and excitement this morning. Well, after concluding the BRICS summit and his one-day tour to Greece, the Prime Minister straight away arrived in Bengaluru to felicitate ISRO heroes. Locals with posters and the national flag gathered on the streets outside the airport to welcome the Prime Minister. Modi Modi chants reverberated all across the streets as Prime Minister's cavalcade headed to the ISRO command center. People thronged streets carrying national flags in their hands to catch glimpses of the Prime Minister. Lauding the scientists, the Prime Minister raised the slogan Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusadhan while greeting the crowd outside HAL airport in Bengaluru.
मेरे साथ आप एक नारा बुलवाइए, नरेंद्र मोदी और जय जवान, जय जवान। अब आगे मैं एक और कह रहा हूं, मैं कहूंगा जय विज्ञान, आप कहेंगे जय अनुसंधान। जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान।
All right, top developments from Bangalore city today, where the Prime Minister was. First a roadshow and then his visit to the ISRO Center, where he in fact met with the scientists and congratulated them and felicitated them. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. News continues in just a few moments from now.
The G20 presidency has given India a chance to really take the lead on startups with Startup 20. That can be a major employment generator going forward. I would also like to talk about some of the points where India and the G20 presidency itself this year can really make a big difference. We have actually seen some of these things where India has already taken a big leap. For instance, the digital stack. We all know the kind of steps the digital stack has helped India take as a nation.
India leaps onto the moon's little explored surface.
I would like to congratulate India on landing on the dark side of the moon. I would also like to now invite India to return the £2.3 billion foreign aid money that we sent them between 2016 and 2021.
British far-right figures in the UK media dropped pounds and pence.
We're also set to give them £57 million next year. I think the British taxpayer should keep hold of that, don't you? We should not be giving money to countries with a space programme. As a rule...
This Brit News presenter called Patrick Christie's evoked echoes of a colonial past that still resonates with the likes of him in 2023.
Foreign aid money back and not send them anymore.
The crescendo of reaction from the same colonial school of thought hit a peak after the Vikram lander made its lunar touchdown. Indians did not suffer this colonial mentality gladly. They returned the favor, paying the far-right Brit nationalists in the same coin. The UK news presenter and the likes of him were taken to the woodshed of facts and given a thorough lesson in reality. They were reminded that the so-called British aid is more aligned with strategic objectives. In a sense, an investment that serves Britain's own interests. Loans and equity within India's private sector reaping financial returns. The phenomenon seems to follow a pattern, one that seems to materialize like clockwork whenever India reaches for stars.
Extreme poverty, I think more than 700 million Indians don't have access.
This 2019 clip on Chandrayaan-2's launch resurfaced in social space after Chandrayaan-3's successful landing.
Which has always been debated over here in the last 30, 40, 50 years.
Industrialist Anand Mahindra reacted sharply, reminding the former colonial masters about what their rule did to the subcontinent. A self-goal by the far-right Brits. The one that boomeranged as a narrative of centuries of extraction and exploitation within what was once an empire. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is a very special issue of India's most trusted business publication, the Business Today, which has gone on sale today. The issue has the only interview of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, given to any publication this year. The issue was unveiled at the BT India at 100 event being held in the capital today by none other than the Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, who was also the first speaker at this event. Others at the unveiling included the India Today Group Editor-in-Chief Arun Puri and Rahul Kanwal, the Executive Director, Business Today. The day is packed with some of the biggest names, only from India Inc., but also from around the world as well. Policy makers were setting the government's future agenda on stage as well. The special issue of India's most trusted business publication, Business Today, has gone on sale today. The issue has the only interview of the Prime Minister given to any publication this year. The issue was unveiled at the BT India at 100 event being held in the national capital today by none other than Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Nitin Gadkari, who was also the first speaker at the event. Others at the unveiling included the India Today Group Editor-in-Chief Arun Puri, Rahul Kanwal, Executive Director, Business Today. The day is packed with some of the biggest names only from India Inc., but also around the world. Policy makers were setting the government's future agenda out on stage as well.
The big Business Today G20 special issue is finally out on stands. And to talk about the Prime Minister's interview on G20, where he spells out his vision for India's presidency and the legacy he hopes to leave in the G20, I'm joined here at the Business Today India at 100 summit by my colleagues, Saurav Majumdar, editor of Business Today, and the managing editor of Business Today Television, Siddharth Zarabi. Saurav, Siddharth and I had the opportunity on the 21st of August to spend 40 plus minutes with the Prime Minister at his office at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where he expansively explained his vision for India's G20 presidency. All that encapsulated in this special issue of Business Today, which is now out on stands. And to talk a bit about this interview and the interaction, Saurav, let me kickstart with you. The fact that he doesn't see this as a routine presidency, he's not thinking of this as something which rotates among 20 countries. He's seeing this, as the headline of the Business Today special issue says, as being a catalyst for a new global order. So let's start by explaining to everyone watching at this time why the Prime Minister thinks that with India's G20 presidency, a new global world order will emerge.
That's right, Rahul. If you remember what he told us that day, he sees this as an important and an absolutely great opportunity for India to actually leave an indelible stamp of India on the world stage. It's because, look at the catalyst's role which India is playing by way of this G20 presidency. Look at the 3 or 4 key issues. Reform of multilateral banks to be in line with the global priorities of today, climate change and all of the other priorities which emerging challenges, the pandemic, that's one. The reform of multilateral banks. This whole point about inclusion of African Union, which he's passionately talking about as the voice and aspiration of the global South. He wants India to be at the forefront of being the bridge between the global South and the rest of the world. So these are the key things which will, in his hope, become the catalyst for a big new global order, which is an inclusive and prosperous new world. That's the aim. That's the ambition he wants India to be at the forefront of.
Siddharth, spend a moment explaining to everyone watching your key impressions from the interaction with Prime Minister Modi, where he spoke to Business Today about his presidency and the legacy he hopes to leave in the G20.
All of us saw, Rahul, that that was a supremely confident Prime Minister. And the only interview that he has done during this entire year on the G20 is with us, so we are fortunate to talk about it. Let me draw a slightly longer arc to what the Prime Minister has said in this fantastic interview. If you look at how the world has changed, 2008, the global meltdown, and the G20 was the key catalyst in the response at a global level, the most developed economies, to try and get out of the trouble that the US mortgage crisis had brought upon the world. And now come to 2023, well over 15 years later, I attended the first of those G20s post the global financial meltdown, and it was completely dominated by the developed world. And now the Prime Minister, and during the course of this interview that's available, you will see question upon question, answer on answer, which drives the narrative of how India is now proving to be a catalytic agent. And I think the fact that India has moved 15 years ago from being a bit player in a global financial crisis to now being seen as the growth driver for all across the world is the biggest reflection. We are also talking in the 10th year of the Modi Prime Ministership, Rahul. And the second biggest thing that we can see is the decline of China. And you'll have to read between the lines during the interview to get that message, but there is a supreme confidence that the Prime Minister or the world's largest democracy is presenting through this interview to the rest of the world, Rahul.
The other very important highlight of the Prime Minister's interview to Business Today magazine is his emphasis on digital public infrastructure and how the trinity that's been built up in terms of India's digital tech stack can be now a big Indian export. 2 countries in Africa, 2 countries in South America and elsewhere, where they can benefit from the kind of seamless digital connectivity, India has been able to establish for 1 billion people.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think the digital public infrastructure which India has actually rolled out, and I must say that this is one of my favorite topics as well. We discussed it with him in detail, and he was very, very excited about the kind of response the global leaders are giving to the India stack. And this is truly an India stack. Look at it, the Aadhaar, Jan Dhan, UPI. I mean, you've had people coming from the outside all over the world and just marveling at the way UPI works in India. And UPI is now, the global world leaders are now trying to take a piece of that and trying to replicate it in their countries. So India is actually leading this whole digital transformation. Most importantly, Rahul, he sees this digital transformation and the India stack as being a key enabler to last mile delivery of benefits for the poor. You know, if you see the Jan Dhan accounts and the whole rollout of what has happened, it is the last mile delivery which this technology is going to allow and is allowing. And that's critical for a country like ours and for the world at large.
You know, the shadow of the Russia-Ukraine war hovers over the leaders' summit, which will happen in early September. And when we asked the Prime Minister about the challenges in building a global consensus, when views on Russia-Ukraine are so polarized and divided, the Prime Minister actually seeks to take the attention away from geopolitics, saying that G20 is an economic forum. It was brought about in the wake of an economic crisis, and he says that this isn't the only issue, and we'll see, Siddharth, a lot of that, where you want to elevate the conversation, talking about the challenges of the global south, talking about bringing the African Union into the G20, talking about reform of multilateral development banks, climate finance and various such issues, trying to take the attention away from contentious issues like Russia-Ukraine to try and form consensus on issues where consensus is possible.
In fact, Russia-Ukraine, as far as the G20 concerned, is now an event in the past. You will see, while it may kind of impact a consensus statement, which is usually done for such multilateral events. But the broader point, and you mentioned the African Union, India drove the inclusion of the African Union member states in the BRICS. That's already happened. So even if the G20, you know, the caucus within the G20, there's a smaller caucus of states, even if they don't let things happen, it's already happening. The global south is together, and that's already been driven by India. I'll come back to a point to try and answer the question, Rahul, that you posed to me. The Manmohan Singh Prime Ministership at global forums like the G20 and elsewhere was characterized by immense respect for the persona of the then Prime Minister as an economist who could speak a global economic language. Look at the present. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks in a very different, very confident, rising India, ambitious India, aspirational India, new India language. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh spent a lot of his political capital, whatever he had, on India-US nuclear partnership. Not much came of it, you know that more than anyone else. But now India is exporting technology. 47% of our payments are happening digitally. We are already exporting UPI to well over a dozen countries, and that number will go up exponentially. The fundamentals have changed, and I would say if you were to go back even further, the time when we joined the WTO, we were co-terminus with the developed world. China delayed that, it advanced its economy in a different format. Throughout the interview and the conversation, that I could sense was that the Prime Minister is preparing us for the next round beyond Atmanirbhar Bharat. What it will be, we'll have to wait for him to tell us some other time.
The Prime Minister said he hopes that India becomes a Vishwamitra, a friend to the world. And he said he'll expand on his concept of Vishwamitra, which he highlighted during the Independence Day address, and build on it in time to come. And one of the key aspects of the G20 presidency is to try and give the African Union membership status in the G20. It's an idea that's already received in principle approval. He hopes to push it through during the Leaders Summit in September. And sort of when we spoke to the Prime Minister about the African Union, he links this to the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. And in that sense, he's trying to provide leadership to the global south. And here's something that he thinks, if it goes through, is a tangible takeaway. Because when history looks back at when the African Union became a part of the G20, all of Africa will remember that it was India and Prime Minister Modi that made this happen.
Very true, Rahul, and that is exactly what he's told us. He's talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. He says if developing nations are not part of this whole journey towards prosperity, a prosperous global world, how can we talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? And he wants to leave that. That's where I say it is India's indelible mark this year as a G20 president that you need to take everybody along, leave no one behind in a broader sense beyond the SDGs. You're talking about every other country, developing nations moving towards prosperity in harmony. That's what he wants to leave as the legacy of this G20 presidency, Rahul.
The other very interesting highlight from my perspective was the fact that Prime Minister Modi doesn't see India as being in competition with China. He doesn't see this as India versus China. While, of course, there is an ongoing border confrontation with China and some attempts to dial back have been made, he actually sees India and China as being able to coexist. Possibly not as best friends, but not necessarily as sworn enemies either. And in that construct, Siddharth, he's trying to ensure that India's position goes from a middle power, say the 9th biggest economy in the world, to within his tenure at least becoming the 3rd largest economy in the world, thereby signaling a once-in-a-lifetime shift in global realpolitik power equations.
There is absolutely no doubt that India will be the 3rd largest economy very soon. You could sort of quibble about the few months. Ray Dalio, one of the most famed investors in the world, and I would encourage viewers to go out on his tweet stack and go and see what he has said practically hours ago about India. Let me try and answer it from the point of view of China. And Rahul, you were absolutely spot on. We have seen some hints of a different language emerge in the last few days itself. Chinese growth and the current economic model, one of the key things that really worked for them was the real estate sector. Go through the headlines and the fine print of what's happening in the Chinese economy and its real estate sector. And I'm not even drawing parallels, mind you, with 2008 US depression that also got triggered from real estate. So let's leave that aside. In India, all of our viewers will acknowledge what's happening to the real estate sector. Phenomenal increase in prices. In fact, at the upper end, houses are becoming unaffordable. The point is that we are clearly within grasp of number 3. There are issues about the quality of growth, the K-shaped growth curve that we are seeing right now, and what needs to be done to fix that. But at the macro level, it's very, very clear. India's growth story, God forbid anything else again like COVID, is completely on track. Is it a bullet train? Yeah, is it a Vande Bharat? That's a matter of debate, Rahul.
The Prime Minister spoke in this interview about the need to reform multilateral development banks. Sort of spend a moment explaining to everyone watching what is the specific reform India is seeking. How do we hope to reform multilateral development banks and the existing global trade order?
Rahul, if you remember what the Prime Minister said and what we already know from the G20 deliberations which have happened, the multilateral development banks need to really rethink themselves in terms of how they are able to increasingly finance a new, developing and challenging world order. For instance, if you look at the SDG requirements, if you look at the climate change requirements, there's trillions of dollars which are required in terms of lending abilities of the MDBs. Now, if you do not understand and if the MDBs do not, change their whole structure and their whole way of approaching finances. We also had earlier a conversation with KV Kamath, where he also stressed the need to do that. And there is already, remember, in this Indian presidency, we've also set up a working group, where Mr. N.K. Singh is the co-chairperson. So there they've submitted one report. The second report is coming. We will await what comes out of those reports. But it is a very important move because that, Mr. Modi himself said, that needs to really, MDBs need to change themselves to look at new challenges like the pandemic and the climate financing and the rest of the lot.
Okay, I don't want to go on because that would take the juice out of the Prime Minister's interview. There's a lot that he's spoken about in this special issue of Business Today, where we really try and give an intellectual framework to the G20 conversation. So many different events in different parts of the country. But the most important question, what is likely to emerge from them? What is the agenda that India is pushing? Where are we on different aspects of the G20 agendas? All that covered by the Business Today team in this special issue. And you can read the Prime Minister's analysis on what he hopes will be India's legacy as the president of the G20 in the special issue of Business Today, which is out across the Business Today multiverse right now.
Well, it is the biggest interview of this year. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is sitting for an exclusive chat with top editorial team of Business Today. The conversation comes just days before the world's 20 most powerful leaders converge in Delhi to set the economic and political agenda for the Earth's future. And as president of a group which commands 85% of the world's economy, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi setting this future agenda.
Delhi is being beautified. Renovation work is being carried out at a frenetic pace across the city in anticipation of the two-day G20 Global Summit next month. The summit, which will showcase India as an emerging economic superpower, with recent data and reports hailing it as a force to reckon with. And it is the resurgent India which was the centerpiece of the exclusive Business Today interview with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Prime Minister spoke at length about the impact of India's G20 presidency on the global ecosystem. In a no-holds-barred conversation with the top editorial team of Rahul Kanwal, Siddharth Zarabi and Saurabh Majumdar. The Prime Minister laid out the enabling role India is playing on a range of issues. The big takeaways from the over 40-minute interview is the way G20 has changed under India's leadership. To emerge as the voice of often sidelined Global South, according to the Prime Minister, the summit will bring developed and developing countries together for the first time to find solutions to global problems. The Prime Minister has also pushed for the inclusion of the African Union into the G20, emphasizing that India and India's G20 will act as a catalytic agent for the new global order. And India is combining its G20 presidency with its growing economic clout to make its tryst with history. The task is difficult and fraught with urgent issues that require global attention. Countries across the world are trying to repair the damage from the twin shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war. The world is also adjusting to a new normal of slower growth, higher inflation, widening socio-economic disparities, and extreme weather-related events. According to the Prime Minister, the G20 is being looked at as a ray of hope by the world. The ground for this is being laid during India's G20 presidency. The Prime Minister warned that there are forces taking undue advantage by catalyzing the debt crisis and capitalizing on the helplessness of other countries and leading them into debt traps. This is being addressed under India's presidency via debt restructuring and helped countries like Sri Lanka, Zambia, Ethiopia and Ghana. The exclusive interaction at the Prime Minister's sprawling, tastefully done-up office in 7 Lok Kalyan Marg had the Prime Minister dressed immaculately and looking relaxed. He spoke passionately about the opportunity India has to help address areas of global concern, India as a potential manufacturing hub, and much more. The PM exuded confidence that India was ready for the next phase of economic growth. He listed out the mantras which he felt will power this next wave. Vocal for global, Atmanirbhar Bharat, zero deficit and zero effect among others. Adding that global manufacturers were coming to India, unfolding an era of unprecedented job creation. According to the Prime Minister, domestic consumption remains strong and with every indicator looking up. Economic growth was bound to be strong. With companies like Tesla lining up for an entry into the Indian market and Apple raising its bets on India, the Prime Minister highlighted the effectiveness of the ease of doing business measures taken by the government in the past few years, saying that massive investments by these companies showed the increasing attractiveness of India as a manufacturing destination. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called for a global framework and regulations for all emerging technologies. Speaking to Business Today in his only interview this year, the Prime Minister said the rapid pace of change in technology was a reality and could not be ignored or wished away. In his exclusive chat ahead of the G20 leaders meeting in Delhi next month, he added that India's digital public infrastructure was fast growing in popularity globally and will also go a long way in accelerating global financial inclusion and ease of living.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
Landing the Vikram on the dark side of the moon catapulted Isro into international headlines and made Prime Minister Narendra Modi the toast of the town at the BRICS summit in Johannesburg, South Africa. In the first and only conversation with a media house this year, the Prime Minister revealed to the Business Today team India's plans to use the G20 platform to achieve global targeted welfare delivery. These include the use of the so-called India Stack with services such as Aadhaar, UPI, CoWIN and Jan Dhan Yojana. According to the Prime Minister, India has shown to the world that technology can be a big enabler of ensuring last-mile delivery. Highlighting the fact that 46% of global digital payments were in India, the Prime Minister said that India is viewed by the world today as the incubator of innovation. He claimed that a lot of countries are interested in learning from India's digital public infrastructure experiences, and India has successfully initiated cooperation with at least a dozen nations. Prime Minister Modi also said India is working with G20 countries to accelerate global development by leveraging technology. Prime Minister Modi will be meeting the world's most powerful leaders during the G20 Leadership Summit on the 9th and 10th of September. This includes a second meeting with the US President Joe Biden in 4 months and a second meeting in 3 weeks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The agenda, apart from politics, will also include talks on emerging technologies like AI and cryptocurrencies. According to the Prime Minister, the focus should be on adoption, democratization, and a unified approach on emerging technologies. At the same time, he adds, regulations and the framework around technologies should not belong to one country or a group of countries. The G20, according to the Prime Minister, has reached a consensus on various crypto agendas and has guided standard-setting bodies accordingly. The Prime Minister in the exclusive chat also pointed out how the world has entered an era of disruptive innovations from an era of incremental change. Highlighting the success of India's startup ecosystem, the Prime Minister said, with around 100,000 startups and 100 unicorns, India is viewed as a hub of startups. India is taking this momentum global and has, during its G20 presidency, set up the Startup 20 Engagement Group. The grouping will act as the voice of the global startup ecosystem, bringing together varied stakeholders on a common platform. What makes G20 so important is that the 20-nation grouping represents around 85% of the global GDP, over 75% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. India's successful helming of this powerful group will only mean that the momentum of its influence continues even after the baton of presidency is handed to Brazil next. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
It's time for a quick commercial break here, getting you much more news on the other side.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 112. In Mumbai, 24. In Kolkata, 71. In Bengaluru, 37. In Chennai, 37. In Hyderabad, 73.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
जय विज्ञान, जय विज्ञान।
सबको सैल्यूट करना चाहता हूं। सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, इस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा।
Hello there, a very good morning. That story continues to be our top focus. The Prime Minister naming the lander Vikram's landing spot on the moon as the Shiv Shakti point. We're getting you all details up ahead on the show. First, a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister Modi names lander Vikram's landing spot on the moon Shiv Shakti points as crash landing spot of Chandrayaan-2 to be called the Tiranga point.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा।
Prime Minister Modi gets emotional as he lauded Isro heroes, chokes while praising monumental feats as 23rd of August will now be the National Space Day.
सैल्यूट आपके परिश्रम को, सैल्यूट आपके धैर्य को, सैल्यूट आपकी लगन को, सैल्यूट आपकी जीवटता को, सैल्यूट आपके जज्बे को।
In other news today, luxury car smashes into an oil tanker. Tanker driver and his assistant killed. Tobacco tycoon Vivek Malu under scanner, but businessman's lawyer says he can't even drive. Uttar Pradesh teacher gives lesson in hate and bigotry. Asks student to hit Muslim classmate. Chorus roars to sack the teacher of hate. Congress says seeds of hate has been sowed by the BJP. Indian shuttler HS Prannoy beats world number 1 Victor Axelsen in the quarterfinal of the World Badminton Championships. Prannoy assures India of a medal.
Oh, this is landed in.
A train coach, in fact train coaches, a group of them, caught fire at Madurai railway station. 9 people from Uttar Pradesh lost their lives when a fire broke out in a tourist coach of a train travelling from Lucknow to Rameshwaram on Saturday. The incident occurred near the Madurai railway station. A railways official said the reason for the fire was that a few passengers had sneaked in gas cylinders in the coach. Preliminary investigation revealed that few passengers were cooking using a gas cylinder that blasted in the coach. The fire spread from one compartment to the other. While most of the passengers managed to run away from the burning compartments, few could not make it to the exit in time and succumbed. The fire occurred while the train was stopped at the Madurai Yard junction. From Railways, it's Russia of 10 lakh rupees to be paid to the family of the deceased.
Today morning when they tried to make coffee for them, when they lighted the stove, there was a blast of the cylinder, it seems, and due to this there was a casualty, and others were rescued. Some 55 people were rescued, and as of now we have retrieved 9 bodies from inside the coach. The bodies are sent to Rajaji Government Hospital, Madurai, and the injured, some 5 people reported, 2 reported breathlessness, and some 2 reported some body pain.
Shilpa is getting asked more details on that story. Shilpa, this is horrific in fact, but the big question is that how were these cylinders even allowed inside the compartments? It's absolutely illegal. It's not allowed.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. In fact, the railway officials have time and again advised passengers not to bring any inflammable materials when they travel on a train. And when private tour operators are booking these tour coaches, they have to give a declaration to the railway officials that they will not carry any inflammable materials. And in this case, also the Yasin tour operators from Sitapura, that is the tour operator that booked this entire private coach for 65 passengers from Lucknow. They had in fact signed and given a declaration to the railway officials that they will not be carrying any inflammable materials. Yet some of the passengers who were on that coach carried a LPG cylinder. They used it this morning to make some tea or coffee, and that is when there was a gas leak and there was a fire accident and there was an explosion that took place inside that private coach. This happened around 5:15 this morning when the coach was stabled at the Madurai yard. Immediately, of course, fire and rescue services personnel reached the spot. They doused the fire by 7 a.m. And what we're given to understand from the district collector and the railway officials at this point in time is that the casualties, the death toll in this fire accident is 9. Around 20 of them have been injured. Those who have suffered injuries have been taken to the railway hospital. Most of them have only minor injuries, is what we're being told. But nevertheless, the casualty or the death toll now stands at 9, and that, of course, this of course is a serious matter. The manner in which passengers brought an inflammable material, in this case their LPG cylinder, to a train, that is something that is completely unacceptable, and it goes against the directions of the Indian Railways. And they are, of course, now looking into taking action against the tour operator, and an ex gratia of 10 lakhs have been also announced for the families of the victims.
Shilpa, thanking you for the moment for getting us that detailed report. All right, the Prime Minister this morning met with the scientists of Isro, have done the entire country proud. Here are the top developments from Bangalore city this morning. Massive show of strength as Prime Minister Modi reached Bengaluru to meet the Isro scientists. Supporters flocked the streets of Bengaluru dancing and celebrating Prime Minister's arrival at the Isro Command Centre. The Prime Minister was accorded a warm reception as he arrived at the Isro headquarters. The Prime Minister was received by Isro chairperson S. Somnath, whom the Prime Minister greeted with a warm hug. Chandrayaan-3 lander kissed the moon surface. The Prime Minister, on his visit to Isro, felicitated scientists and met the team of scientists involved in the country's third lunar mission. The Prime Minister was also given details of Chandrayaan-3 by Isro chairperson S. Somnath. The Prime Minister was also briefed about rover Pragyan and the lander Vikram during their interaction at the Isro headquarters. The Prime Minister was gifted a miniature version of Vikram lander by the Isro chief. Along with that, he was gifted the pictures of the rover Pragyan rollout and also the rover Pragyan on the moon photographs. While addressing the Isro scientists, the Prime Minister turned emotional. He added that the success of Chandrayaan-3 mission is an extraordinary moment in the history of India's space program.
आपके धैर्य को
He also met women scientists today, where he underscored that this Shiv Shakti point will inspire the upcoming generations to use science for the welfare of people. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was in Bengaluru to meet and greet Isro scientists, announced new names for Chandrayaan landing spots. The spot where the moon lander of Chandrayaan-3 will be called Shiv Shakti Point. Explaining the rationale, the Prime Minister said Shiv stood for resolve for the welfare of humanity, and Shakti, in fact, stood to strengthen, to fulfill that resolve. The Prime Minister also named the spot where Chandrayaan-2 had crash landed as the Tiranga Point. He said they planned to name both the spots after the success of Chandrayaan-3 instead of naming the spot back in 2019.
जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-3 का मून लैंडर उतरा है, अब उस पॉइंट को शिव शक्ति के नाम से जाना जाएगा। शिव में मानवता के कल्याण का संकल्प समाहित है और शक्ति से हमें उन संकल्पों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य मिलता है। चंद्रमा का शिव शक्ति पॉइंट हिमालय से कन्याकुमारी से जुड़े होने का बोध कराता है। जब चंद्रयान-2 चंद्रमा के पास तक पहुंचा था, जहां उसके पदचिन्ह पड़े थे, तब ये प्रस्ताव था कि उस स्थान का नाम तय किया जाए। लेकिन उन परिस्थितियों में निर्णय लेने के स्थान पर हमने प्रण लिया कि जब चंद्रयान-3 सफलतापूर्वक चांद पर पहुंचेगा, तब हम दोनों पॉइंट का नाम एक साथ रखेंगे। और आज मुझे लगता है कि जब हर घर तिरंगा है, जब हर मन तिरंगा है और चांद पर भी तिरंगा है, तो तिरंगा के सिवाय चंद्रयान-2 से जुड़े उस स्थान को और क्या नाम दिया जा सकता है। इसलिए चंद्रमा के जिस स्थान पर चंद्रयान-2 ने अपने पदचिन्ह छोड़े हैं, वो पॉइंट अब तिरंगा कहलाएगा।
This is erupted over the naming of lunar landing spots. The BJP slammed UPA for naming Chandrayaan-1 impact spot as Jawahar Point after India's first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru says the Prime Minister didn't name Chandrayaan-2 and 3 spots, not after politicians like the Congress did.
This is the difference between Congress and Prime Minister Modi. Congress puts family first, Prime Minister puts India first. And therefore today, we have all learned with great pride that the impact point, the touch point of Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 on the moon would be called Tiranga Point, and where the Vikram lander landed on the south side of the moon for the first time via Chandrayaan-3 will be called as a Shiv Shakti Point. Both represent India's great cultural values and heritage. But what did the UPA at the time of Congress party-led government name the point as? They named it as Jawahar Point. That is the difference in the mindset.
You know, it is laughable. How can, who has given this right to Narendra Modi ji to make any namikaran at the surface of a moon? It is laughable. The entire world will laugh. We have landed. It is very good. We are proud of it, no doubt in it. But it is, I don't think that we are not the owner of moon. We are not the owner of that point. Because Bharatiya Janata Party is in habit to do all this. Since they have come in power, they have been changing names.
Shifting focus to a shocking incident from Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar, where a school teacher allegedly encouraged class students to slap an 8-year-old child, their classmate, who was a Muslim. Video of this incident has gone viral on social media, leaving netizens angered about this whole incident. This terrible incident took place at the Neha Public School. In this video, the victim is seen standing in front of the class as the teacher, identified as Tripta Tyagi, asked other students to come forward and slap the victim. The students come one by one and hit their classmate. In the video, the teacher is heard saying that send all Muslim children here. She asked the students to hit the victim with force. The police is investigating this matter.
इस तरीके से ये मामला इतना तूल पकड़ रहा है तो आप क्या कहेंगे कि गलती हुई है आपसे?
हाँ, मुझसे गलती हुई है, क्योंकि जो गलती है वो देखो वो तो माननी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मेरा मकसद हिंदू मुस्लिम करना नहीं था और ना ही मैं मोमडन बच्चों को कोई अलग बच्चा मानती।
उस वायरल वीडियो में आप एक मोमडन शब्द का इस्तेमाल भी कर रहे हैं, आखिर वो पूरी लाइन क्या थी और क्यों आपको कहनी पड़ी?
हाँ, तो वो मुझे ये कहनी पड़ी क्योंकि मुझे स्कूल में थोड़ी परेशानी हो रही थी। ये इनकी जो मोमडन माएँ हैं वो बच्चों को ले एग्ज़ाम के डेज में सारी तो नहीं पर 2-4 लेके जा रही थी, तो मैं यही डिक्लेयर किया था कि कोई भी मोमडन माँ बच्चे को लेकर ना जाए क्योंकि एग्ज़ाम शुरू होने वाले हैं, इससे पढ़ाई का नुकसान होगा।
क्या पहले भी वो कहीं जाता रहा है मामा के यहाँ जिस वजह से ये कहने लगा?
उस बच्चे को नहीं कहा जा रहा था ये मैं बैठी हुई वैसे और बच्चों को बोल रही थी, सारे बच्चों को बोल रही थी वैसे मैं, क्योंकि मोमडन बच्चा ज़्यादा है।
अब जांच चल रही है, कार्रवाई की बात जिसमें कह रहे हैं आप पर, क्या कहेंगे इस बारे में?
अब कार्रवाई के बारे में तो मैं शासन के बारे में क्या जानूँ, मुझे कुछ पता नहीं चल रहा, ना मैं उसके बारे में कुछ कह सकती।
लेकिन आपसे गलती हुई है, ये चीज़ आप मानते हैं?
हाँ, गलती तो ये तो मैं मानती हूँ।
The teacher was begging, in fact, students and classmates to hit this young boy, just 8 years of age, a Muslim boy, and he was targeted because he was Muslim, is clear in this video. The Muzaffarnagar teacher says that I made a mistake. However, to tell our viewers, no action whatsoever has been taken against this woman on your screens who is spewing venom really in a classroom, encouraging young children to beat their classmate, to slap the classmate who happened to be Muslim, and that's the reason why she in fact wanted to target this child because he was a Muslim. This is a hate crime, it's a hate video, but guess what? No action has been taken against this woman. Tripti Tyagi, that you see on your screens right now,